all those who claim we are censoring content. We are not harvesting your data, creating dossiers on the public, and selling your info. Why would we do such a thing?
Seeing the Easter Island pictures of art next to the Göbekli Tepe art is all I had to see. As a chief legislator, that's all a trier of fact needs to see to know Göbekli Tepe is nowhere near as old as they are claiming.
That Jason showed that the Zodiac isn't even old, that the Greeks invented it, blew my mind. I'm a Christian now, and our scriptures tell us that stuff's evil.
Jason was publishing about the Mayan long count not ending in 2012, way back before 2012. This dude is shaking the nest. His discoveries on calendars and ancient moon and day count calendars is putting some of these guys to shame.
Remember, we are actors. We are paid to lie. We are rich because we are good at what we do.
Anyone at this point who can't see that the Jews copied Babylonian tablets to write Genesis is blind. Jason's Dark Scriptures playlist shows this perfectly.
That the New Testament is a collection of forged texts put together centuries after the events they depict.
This guy has called the entire ancient aliens community to debate. Like Tyson, they ain't getting in the ring.
Jason says one who is properly informed is not easily deceived. I would like to see Jimmy Corsetti or Matthew LaCroix debate Jason about this Atlantis dating issue. No one's realty interested in Bill Carson's opinion anymore.
His findings on the procession hoax, the change of the year from 360 days to 365, man, this changes everything in archaeoastronomy.
You know, I'm not a doctor. I have no medical background. I'm an actor. And even I know Atlantis was the 13th century BC.
Jason has dropped massive data sets on the Old Testament, not even being old, but from the Greek era.
You think we took you for a ride? Wait till the new Christian Reich takes control. It won't be American, and it sure ain't Christian.
I couldn't believe it. I mean, you know, when Jason showed that the Jewish calendar was completely made up, I mean, you know, damned, how are we going to know what year it is now?
Yeah, the Shar being a day and not a year totally murders a lot of books out there. That's the reason these guys don't want to talk. Jason killed their little pet theories.
It all came true. Jason said I was going to be a part of fake news, just like Billy Carson.
I tried to sniff Jason one time, but Big John stopped me. I think Jason would have been into it, though.
Don't forget, we are actors. We are paid to lie. We are rich because we are good at what we do.
About this Archaix thing, but AIX is certainly worth looking into.
I'm most impressed that Jason is not going to tell you something. He's going to show you.
Archaix shows us if you record enough facts, the answers just stare you in the face.
A man who knows the facts is unafraid to joust with contrary opinions. That's Jason.
I can't have that dude on my show. You know how many guys I've had on here who are running from that dude? Be a mess.
Jason says being wrong gets us closer to being right.
You got to break free or die trying, guys.
Archaix showed me how to see if there was a tater in them onions.
Listen, Archaix isn't one guy against the Matrix. That's dumb. No, it's a family of souls waking up.
If I've learned anything since finding Archaix, if something is true somewhere, it's probably true everywhere.
Jason said if it's true, we can see it from multiple different vantage points.
So I broke pattern and went up there and slapped that guy. Total pattern break.
If you get stumped, you got to break pattern.
Jason says you don't need to know how to read, you need to know how to think. I think that's where I went wrong.
Jason figured it out. People are smart and they can decide for themselves if something is true or not.
No, I don't have anything to hide. I just don't want Jason anywhere near my accounting files.
There's a bunch of us who don't listen to Archaix. We signed a different deal. I think it's AIX or something.
Knows Atlantis wasn't 12,000 years ago? It was in the 1800s or something?
Atlantis 10,000 years ago? Even I'm not that dumb.
Come on, G, you can't contain this. You're going to sink like Atlantis.
Billy Carson is fake news, the fakest news. Jason has proven that.
After careful analysis of Jason's data sets, I agree with you, Billy. Don't debate him.
The cat's out of the bag, Billy. Jason's data set proves you're wrong about Atlantis.
Billy, even I can see that the Atlantis narrative isn't dated correctly. Hear Jason out, man.
Hey, bro, you running from this debate isn't a good look for your research.
Just debate him already.
Billy, don't be scared to debate, man. I'll have you guys on the podcast.
Hey, hey, hey. Oh, let me turn this machine off real quick. Here we go. Absolute silence. Get that audio check done real quick. Cat's out of the bag, Billy. Everybody loves Morgan Freeman's voice. Cat's out of the bag, Billy. Man, I'm drinking that Archaix coffee. Well, you know what? I need to share that, don't I? Sure do. So unprepared today. That's so many other things. What is all this? What we got here? Hey. While we're waiting for more people to get in here, what is that? Oh, man. Yeah, it's Aaron's Choice Coffee is my new line for those who want to wake up. Yeah, I got all these are different flavors, all coffee beans. Really been busy. This week has been so busy, guys. You've seen, those of you who haven't seen, revamping the website. I got new audio. I'm about to set it up. I didn't have time. I got new mugs, different styles. But you've seen my Flammarion mug. Break free or die trying. That's the one I got for sale right now. But Shopify website is finished. It's done. Ordering anything Archaix is so much easier now. No more mass emails back and forth and all that. Now it's just easy. Just like anybody else's Shopify site. That should be up in the next day or so. The site's done. It took a lot to do. That was a lot of work. I think Dawn spent over a week on it. It was a lot. All right, let me remove this from studio. My deal. Coffee will be available shortly. I was told by my guys that I'm contracted with. They've been making coffee for a long time, and met with them in Virginia Beach. We didn't finalize contracts till about 2 weeks ago. But this coffee is awesome. Several different flavors. And we even have MPC coffee, decaffeinated. Yeah, we got all kinds. Immortal Choice. We got Breaking Free coffee beans. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of inventive little names for them. But you know, coffee's my trademark. I've never had a sponsor. So many Fortune 500 companies have contacted us trying to get real estate on Archaix, trying to get on my website because GoDaddy, apparently GoDaddy publicizes it, but for over a year and a half, Archaix.com is in the top 1% of trafficked websites in the entire GoDaddy universe. So it's still up there. It's in the top 10 right now, but I've been neglecting it for like 10 months. I haven't really been doing it until last week when I revamped it, and I'm not done. We're going to go through it. I'm going to show you guys some things about the website, especially for you baby phoenixes out there who are just now coming into the community, just now realizing that you may have bit off more than you can chew, just now realizing that you're about to fall headlong into a rabbit hole from which you are not going to be the same person when you come out. Those of you need to see some of these things that are meant for you on the new revamped website. So I've never had an Archaix for Beginners section, so I'm doing that today. I'm in no hurry to get into any type of dialogue or anything. Some of you, I'm going to drop an email here so that some of you guys can join me on the screen. I'm in no hurry today. We can go 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. It all depends on you guys. This is my plan for the rest of the day. So I think I got a new mic. I got a real nice, it was donated to me by somebody who does audio. It's real nice. I don't know much about it. I haven't checked it out yet. I'm going to look at it. See what we got here. But According to him, this is going to be a game changer on my audio. It's got a whole bunch of stuff that it hooks up to, but this is it here. It's real heavy. A Mojave MA300. Some of you audio guys out there may know what this is. It's real heavy. But it's nice. There's no doubt. I'm going to test it probably tonight. And it'll be my new audio. Nobody will complain. Got all kinds of doomaflachis with it. I'm going to have to figure it out, but it looks pretty simple. It looks pretty simple. I'll get it all figured out. So somebody getting tired of my audio being shitty, well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I do have 3 or 4 different microphones, and no, I can never get any of them to work the way I want to. They seem to be more complicated than necessary. 2024. It's 2024, guys. Everything should be user-friendly. Anybody manufacturing any type of technology today, if it's not user-friendly, then you're just not very good at what you do. I mean, it's taken me 6 years, but I'm not a coder, but I am a systems developer, and I created software, Ophis, date sequence event predictive model. But it's extremely user-friendly because the coder actually followed my instructions, and now anybody can use it, even though they don't understand what it's actually doing. They understand what they're inputting, and they understand what the output is supposed to be. It's very user-friendly now. It's 2024. Everything should be user-friendly. Pick up a damn flashlight, and if I got a whole bunch of options and a light still doesn't turn on, then it's defective. It may still work as it's intended to work, but if the person holding it doesn't know how to operate it, then it's fruitless. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. It's 2024. Everything should be user-friendly by now. That's the state of our technology. Everything. All right. Got that little rant out of the way. Archaix coffee got me wired up. I tell you. Cat's out of the bag, Billy. I haven't seen much of Billy lately. He's been on the Christian kick, which is really easy to do. I mean, all you have to do is watch 3 Archaix videos, and you can be an expert and go on anybody else's channel and just rehash all this information and make it sound like you know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've already caught Billy. Yeah, one thing about prepositional phrases and colloquials, when you really pay attention to someone's syntax, it gives away where they got their material. All right. David, it's too late. David Danvers. Nobody mentioned Graham. What are you talking about? You think we're not going to talk about Graham Hancock today? I told you we're going to be going for 5 hours today. You think I can go 5 hours in the public without mentioning this guy? Oh, no, I can't do it. I'm just not that strong. Just not that strong. I know coffee. This coffee got me wired up. Been getting a lot of yard work done. Might show you the pictures. Yeah, we got all kinds of things to discuss and share and yeah. Oh man, Jimmy Corsetti. Jimmy Corsetti. You guys know he's got me blocked on Twitter because he kept posting some things. And at first I was trying to educate him and say, hey Jimmy, these things that are so mysterious to you are technolithic. It means that machines and high sophistication was used to produce these. It doesn't mean that these architectural features that are left in South America are actually had a purpose. The fact that you found them shows their purpose was fulfilled. What you're exhibiting to the public as anomalous and mysterious are merely practice molds. That's why they're found in the side of a cliff. That's why upside down staircases are found. That's why we find all these weird mesas and table structures with this precision, high tolerance, technolithic angles is amazing, but they're in the weirdest places on the side of mountains and quarries. It's because somebody in ancient times was practicing with a technology they were unfamiliar with. And before they went and built those stone cities that are so mysterious and left off, they were in another area using the same technology to practice. And that's why we have found hundreds of these practice molds. And I was trying to educate Mr. Corsetti on this. And you know what? I guess I triggered him, and we went back and forth, and finally I told him, hey, man, you know what, man? The Archaix structure, you know, it's bullshit. It's a geological phenomenon. Even Randall Carlson, who still pushes the Younger Dryas narrative, Randall Carlson, who's still on this woo-woo Atlantis stuff and really pushes some really weird theories. Even Randall Carlson, a geologist, also knows that the Archaix structure in the Sahara Desert is a salt dome. As a matter of fact, it's a series of salt domes. It is not Atlantis. So there's somewhere on the shelf, I got that yellow book on Atlantis. I don't remember what I did with it. I got an amazing book on Atlantis. Oh, here it is. I did a video based off this book, Atlantis, the Andes Solution. Now, the reason this book is valuable is because in the back, there is a 50-point list in the back of this book. There are 50 facts taken from Plato's Atlantis narrative. 50 facts. When you go by all 50 of these facts, a lot of these are chronological. When you go by these, it is absolutely impossible to put the civilization of Atlantis in the city of Poseidonius or Poseidon City in the Sahara. It's impossible. It's also impossible to date it 9600 BC because the 50 points, many of them chronological, all show that it could have only happened in the 12th or 13th century BC. So Jimmy Corsetti will never debate this. Neither will Billy Carson. Neither will Graham Hancock, because they're smart men. I didn't come up with all this data. Men way before me that I've cited the books to. All these books I've showed you guys, especially Atlantis books. Yeah, especially Atlantis books. All of these books, you know, these are written by scholars. These aren't men like Graham Hancock. These are men who know Graham Hancock's a sociologist. Yeah, educated by the CIA in the London School of Economics, same place Zechariah Sitchin went to, the same place a whole bunch of other people in media that you know of went to. These men are not like that. These men go by the historical details. These men are chronologists. These men went through the entire narrative and show, and they agree. Yeah, Atlantis, 13th century BC. Cannot be 9600 BC. Screw Göbekli Tepe theory. Atlantis is 9600 BC. It's all crap. Every bit of it's crap. These books here, recommended reading. If you have not read these books, these are books. They're not, look, when you're disseminating the truth and your bibliographies are fantastic, like these two scholars, you don't need a big book to promote the truth. You don't need one. You need a big book when you're going to lie to the public, because the devil's in the details. This is not a thesis. This is garbage. And Graham Hancock is welcome to come on my channel and defend the integrity of his research anytime he wants to. Because believe me, I'm ready. Yeah, this is not a thesis. This is Facebook educated. It's just trash. It's trash. I may go ahead and do a video on it since I've been talking about it so much and just show you guys some amazing actual missteps. I'm talking about glaring issues in this book. So yeah, when you're putting out information that can be fact checked, you don't need a big book. This one's not a big book. And yet he goes through the Plato narrative and isolates 50 different things. And when you add all those 50 different things up together, Atlantis could have never been at any other time than the 12th or 13th century BC, which was when Athens was a new city that was challenging the present maritime empire situated in Poseidon City, which no longer exists. It's gone. So now my Graham Hancock rant is gone. And it was done, triggered by Dan. Thank you, Dan. Or Danvers. Appreciate that. Needed to get that out of my system. Somebody's asking about the diet. Carnivore diet is an excellent way. Carnivore diet is an excellent way to completely shock the system into burning fat, Losing that excess gut is a really good way to do that, but it's not sustainable for me. It's not. I have already seen where I'm lacking in other areas. Yes, it helped me lose weight super fast. Yes, I had a sharper focus. Yes, I have a high energy. But I'm still eating green olives, pickles, and I'm cheating every once in a while. I still have not eaten any processed foods since October 1st. I have not eaten any bread, no pancakes, none of that stuff. I have not eaten any pastries, any any of that stuff, pastas, pastries, none of that stuff. I haven't eaten high fructose corn syrup. Completely eliminates every single drink at every truck stop and gas station. So I'm pretty much addicted to lemon water now. I drink lemon water and I drink coffee because I went into the gas stations and truck stops that are close to me, and I went through all these bottles. I couldn't believe it. High fructose corn syrups and everything. I can't drink it. Can't do it. So I'm restricted to that's pure lemon mixed with water. Every time I open up a water bottle, I pour some lemon in it. I've had absolutely no cookies, no chips, no desserts, nothing. Cheesecake, nothing. And I'm cool. I'm cool with that. I do eat mashed potatoes every once in a while. I eat a lot of steaks. I eat pork chops. I'm real big on eggs, sausage, and bacon. So I'm still on a carnivore diet, but my carnivore diet is supplemented with things like with vegetables that have been cooked a lot, like pickled asparagus, pickles, pickle spears, pickle slices. I love green olives. So that's about the only vegetables I get. I did last week eat, I believe it was one head of broccoli. I used to love broccoli, but a lot of butter. It's an animal byproduct. I eat butter with everything. So yes, my diet has been successful. I'm on the carnivore diet, but then again, there doesn't seem to be a standard regimen for the carnivore diet, because a total 100% carnivore diet means that you're going to be lacking in some things after a while. It's not good. You need to shock your system with something, every once in a while. So that's what I'm doing. So I think the greatest benefit to me is not so much that I'm eating all these proteins, but it's that this diet has eliminated 100% of all processed foods from my diet. I think that's the real benefit here. By relying on the chicken, on the pork chops, on the sausage, on the bacon, on the sirloins, on the ribeyes, right? By relying on the brisket, the ribs, whatever meats I come into contact that I'm eating at the time, ham, whatever it is I'm eating, it's keeping me away from all processed prepackaged foods. And that's where the real benefit is. That's why I feel great. I'm getting a lot of physical activity, and that's what it's really about. I can't tell you how good the carnivore diet is and then have you believe that it's because I'm solely eating protein. It's not true. It's really because I'm not eating processed foods anymore. So that's all I can tell you on that, guys. I am going to incorporate stew. You're right. I was raised on a crock pot. We used to have a crock pot all the time with old meats put in there, whatever the dinner was, put the meat in there, add vegetables, chop. You know what? I'm going to add crock pot to my diet. That's going to be a game changer. I need to do that. I need to do it for health. I'm really big. I really do like soups and stews, but I haven't engaged in any of that. I went total carnivore since October 1st. Now I'm slowly coming out of it. Only to add a few things like stew, soup, maybe some lettuce here and there. But I'm staying carnivore diet. I'm just what I mean by carnivore diet really though is just that I'm just not eating any breads, any pastries, any pastas, no processed foods, no chips, no cookies, none of that shit. Done. No candy. No, I'm done. I've never been big on candy anyway. So yeah, we got over 1,000 people in the chat. Let's go look at something real quick before we bring some people on the screen. We're going to be chilling with Martin Liedtke tomorrow, right here live. Sure are. Let's see what's going on here. All right, share my screen. All right. Oh. I got another screen down here. It's going to show me if y'all seeing what I see. All right. Yes, I just had some sausages and sauerkraut the other day. Absolutely. Sauerkraut is on the menu. You know, sauerkraut's fermented, just like the pickles, the olives, the pickled asparagus. Yes, and bone broths. I have bone broths in my freezer. Cool. Y'all seeing what I see. So the home page has been revamped, but it's not done. Here's the new face of the Archaix website. Here it is, Advanced Research of Chronological History of Artificial Intelligence X. The picture of little old me. Here's the intro. Now, here's the welcome to Archaix. But if you want to know more, then you just find out more. Here's the button, find out more. It'll take you right there. And now, if you really want to know about Archaix, here it is. If you want a much deeper explanation, here it is. You can always go back. All right, let's go back home. Oh, here's the video YouTube took down that I did that. I took that 7-second clip of J Dreamers being described by Mia on her channel. She was showing a picture of J Dreamers and she was talking about CIA shills who were stealing people's material and changing the narrative and all that. And yeah, he filed with YouTube and got me a strike. I didn't even copy it from his channel. I copied it from her channel. Yeah. So here's the video. If you guys missed it because YouTube took it off my channel, here it is right here. You can go right here to the MCO video. You just click that link. It'll take you straight to that video that YouTube took down. You would take time loading right now. Might have too much open right now. There's the video right there. It's already got 5,537 views. That's a lot of views. That's a lot of views. That's not on YouTube right there. That's a lot of views for Archaix TV for one video. A lot of people, a lot of chat sections, huge too. Anyway, there's the video right there. YouTube took it down. You can also go for free. You don't have to be a paid member of Archaix TV. For these two videos. This one right here and the other one YouTube took down between Max Egan and I, called Reset Cities of the Deep. It's also free. It's on Archaix TV also. Okay, Houston meetup, December 7th. Get those tickets. I seen a couple tickets sold yesterday. I do believe we have 15, 20 seats left, but you know what? It's going to fill up fast. The closer we get to December 7th, the less we have. We're going to be doing an Ophis presentation. Barry's been wanting to launch Ophis a couple of weeks ago. As a matter of fact, you know, I don't like to tell you things. I like to show you. I was just talking to him, not even 12, yeah, just a few hours ago. Actually, 30 minutes before this video started, Barry and I were exchanging information. This is what we're talking about, Ophis, and yeah, maybe I shouldn't show you all that. Anyway, you can see we're discussing Ophis 30 minutes before this video. He's been wanting to launch it because he thinks, you know, we're missing a wave. I disagree. Because Ophis has been nailing all the cryptocurrency, especially the Bitcoin moves, and he's been following that. And he's been itching to go public with all this. But listen, guys, I've been working on this for 6 years, and I'm not impulsive about my research. I'm just not. And if it's, you know, what's been good for a couple of months, as he's been using Ophis on the markets, is going to continue to be good. Now, even if the markets go bad, Ophis should be able to see these upswings and these downturns. So I'm not in a rush. I'm not in a rush to do this. This needs to be done absolutely right. And I've had all kinds of things going on in my personal life, my legal life, all came to a close. I got all that out the way. And my property, I've spent the past week upgrading my property because I just needed a lot of work done on it. I've been neglecting things. So a lot of things all in my life at one time. So it wasn't the right time to launch Ophis. And with the December 7th, so close, that's the best time to go ahead and launch once I do this live presentation on this date sequence predictive analytics software that I designed. So that's what this is about. So here it is, Archaix for beginners. Archaix for beginners. I lost my screen here. Let me get the screen back. So each section on the home page is designed the same way. Here's Archaix for beginners. Here's Phoenix Phenomenon. The design is the same. Here's We Immortals, Know Your Power. The design is the same. You think you know Bible prophecy? Look, the design is the same. So what I mean by that is that every section has five videos that you can touch. These are touch screen. All you have to do is click on any one of these 5 videos. These are all beginners videos for Archaix. Or once you've watched all 5 of these, click onto the baby Phoenix itself. When you click onto the baby Phoenix, every section has a round image. See this section? It has a round Phoenix Phenomenon image. You see this section? It has a round Immortals image. This section has Archaix Vault. Every section has one round image. That image is a portal. If the 5 beginners videos aren't enough, hit the baby Phoenix. And it's going to take you to a whole lot more Archaix beginners material. It's going to explain what you're getting into, what Archaix is about. Then it's going to show even more videos that are good for Archaix baby Phoenixes. I'm not done. These 3 baby Phoenixes you see at the bottom, those are 3 more links. I just haven't put them there yet. Like I said, the site is under construction, but every image you do see is clickable and it goes somewhere. So this is the new design to make it very easy. Baby Phoenixes come first. There's the first section. Second section. Here are the 5 main videos to educate you on the Phoenix Phenomenon. But the Phoenix Phenomenon is it's massive, the amount of data that we have. So you're going to want to go into the portal. When you go into the portal, you're going to get a chart that shows you the dates of the Phoenix Phenomenon. It's going to show you my first published book. You can even click onto the book itself and it takes you straight to Amazon where you can learn more about the book. Right here. And my other books. This is all Phoenix. I got 3 books on the Phoenix Phenomenon. You can see all this information about the book. Now, that's the first published book about the Phoenix. That's 2009. Another Phoenix chart, and then you have another book, my second published book and my third published book that are all about the Phoenix Phenomenon. They're right here. You can click onto either one of these and it goes right to Amazon to tell you more, to tell you what other people said about the book. Or you can keep going down to more Phoenix Phenomenon videos, and here they are. Here is a slew of every one of these is clickable. Click onto any one of these and it takes you straight to the videos. These are all Phoenix Phenomenon. Now, one of these down here at the bottom, you're going to click on it and it's going to go to the Phoenix Phenomenon playlist because I can't possibly put all the videos on the website. It's too many. But it'll click to the YouTube Phoenix Phenomenon playlist so you at your leisure can go see all those videos. Every section will eventually taper into the playlist link, which will take you to YouTube to the playlist that's relevant. That's how this is designed. So you can check for yourself if you're missing anything. That's Phoenix Phenomenon. We have the We Immortals right here. Know Your Power. If these 5 videos have already been watched and you want to see, and you want to get uplifted more, you want to know more about your spiritual powers, you want to know more about your personal identity, what your walk with Source is all about here inside this false reality, this construct, click right here, and it's going to take you straight to a whole slew of more video. Here it is right here. Like I said, I'm still under construction, but this is going to be a whole list of We Immortals videos. They're already on YouTube. Some of them are on Archaix TV, but this is where they're going to be at. So we also have You Think You Know Bible Prophecy. Same thing here. We have Archaix Iconoclast, setting the record straight. Here is all the videos where I go into all the details about all these false, about Göbekli Tepe not being old, Atlantis is not 9,600 BC, about people trying to date the great flood of the Bible to Younger Dryas, the Emerald Tablets here, the Reichak structure being Atlantis, the Shar count chronology not being hundreds of thousands of years. Anunnaki did not rule and sit on a throne for 48,000 years. All that is corrected in these videos here. That's what this is about. Technolithic reset machine, gate to the outside. Of course, here are all my Great Pyramid videos. Click onto here, you're going to go to all the other ones. Nemesis X and the Anunnaki. I'm setting the record straight on the Anunnaki, not the Zechariah Sitchin version. Listen, guys, it's important you understand. It's important you understand that Zechariah Sitchin effed up almost the entire community. The entire community. We'll get to that in a minute. I want to exit off this website. Our world is not what you think. Here are videos that show that you live in a construct. You live in a construct that is absolutely controlled by outside forces. You don't live in a real cosmos. You don't live in a real universe. You don't even live in a real world. It's right here. These are the videos that completely dismantle this pseudo-scientific BS that the media has promoted and the scientific establishment has promoted, trying to convince you of the uniformitarian model and trying to give you a false version of reality. These are the videos that dismantle all of that. Hidden truths and dark scriptures. You already know what these are about. I already know. Then we have forbidden histories. A lot of good videos on all different types of topics. There's the Archaix movie. If you want to know how the pre-flood world went down, there it is, the Archaix movie. That is the world before the flood. So we have a sample of our 340 source bag charts. All of this is touchscreen. Every bit of it. Just check out. This is nowhere near all the charts we have. It's just a sample. I hope it's big enough. It's big enough on people's computers for them to see it clearly. But on your phones, it's going to be very small. I'm going to add a whole nother chart section that's a slide just like this for all the new charts that are not in here. Then I have a link index at the bottom for ordering all kinds of things. But most of this is going to be obsolete because the Shopify store is done. We just have to link it. We just have to link it to the site. But you can go up here to the top on the menu, and you can see things like resources. This is going to be this is on Shopify now. The drives, here are the drives, but they're going to be on Shopify. Podia downloads are still good. Gumroad downloads are still good. These are all chart packs and stuff like that. Deeper Truths Gallery. Deeper Truths Gallery. If you click onto that, you can spend almost 6 or 7 hours just going through all these Archaix, basically knowledge and wisdom and philosophy memes. I created all these. Just go through here. It's a whole bunch of them. Started these a long time ago when I used to post on Facebook. I've kept copies of all of them. This just goes on and on and on. It's a lot of them, guys. There's a second gallery. I got a lot more than this. Go through here. I created all these. Look at this. A lot of them are quotes and citations from different books. Here's a third gallery. A lot of these come from ancient sources. some philosophical, some chronological. They all have show mores. Y'all want to open all of them up, but yeah, you can learn a whole lot in here, right here on my. This has been on my website for a long time. By the time you're done reading all this, yeah, you're gonna be halfway to being an Archaix veteran. Show more. Oh, so much on here. Yeah, guys, it's a lot. It's a lot. Let's get out of there. Not even sure how far this goes down. Oh, show more. So, yeah, these are real good. Boy, that baby looks mad. That baby looks mad. We are brought into this world without our consent, and we leave against our will. Yeah, man. All right. Let's see, those books, chart packs about Archaix. I got a blog here. I know some of you guys are readers. Some of you guys are readers. Here it is, 1524, the flood that never came. Not among the living dead. Do you believe in afterlife? From lies to truth. Look at this, just goes on. Phoenix phenomenon. Death is the gate of the holy. The Zodiac, ancient apocalypse recorder. The 10 Kings, Atlantis' apocalypse. Secrets of world chronology. Albion, Isle of the Giants, when the gods first appeared. Jesus, the lost tribes of Israel, and the wrath of something. What is that? Man, I wrote that a long time ago. Jesus, the lost tribes of Israel, and the wrath of the Jews. Yeah, guys, this is my blog. I'm about to add a lot to it too, but there's a lot of reading material in here. For those of you who would prefer to read than listen to videos, there's a lot. It goes on. Yeah, man. Imagine a scenario. The elite are digging deep. How to predict the future. Epics of the giants. Tartaria, Fomenko, and the missing 1,000 years. Giants on ancient earth. Act as if you are, and you will be. Yahweh, the God of murder. The Great Deceit, Part 3. We are deity in disguise. Vedic altar of Agni and the pre-cataclysm Egypt. Ubaid, pre-Sumerian. Origin of demons, mature audience only. Tome of the names of the dead, Necronomicon. Look, it just goes on, guys. Go check out the blog. There's a lot of them in there. And of course, pyramid charts. Yeah, we're not going to go through these. I talk about these all the time. These are all my pyramid charts. You guys can look at all my hand illustrations and all that. I got a lot of illustrations. It just goes on. It goes on and on. History charts is the same. This is all on my website for those who didn't know. You can go through here and you can see these charts, blow them up. It's a bunch of them. What else I got on this deal? Okay, there's deeper truths. Got my glossary for anybody confused. Anybody wants to know the terms, here it is. Archaix glossary. AIX is the first one. Alpha Draconis, Amuru, Ancestor Simulation, Ancient Ones, Angel of Death, Annus Mundi, Antediluvian, Anunnaki, Apocalypse, Arcanum. Here it is. It's long. These are the terms you find in Archaix all the time. That's a long list. Last one is Yaldabaoth. What else is on here? So a lot of updates to the website. I'm not done. I'm just not done. I got to continue to add more videos, more charts, and more blogs. And of course, the last thing here, this is Archaix Academy. Those who are properly informed are not easily deceived. This is Archaix Academy, how to join. And it all got halted until I took care of all my legal issues. But now it's all moving forward. These are the first 20 courses right here. A lot of you have already done these 20 courses and you're waiting for me to drop the next 20. You won't wait long. So that's the website, guys. That's the website. We're done with that. Every day I'll be adding more and more to it. get out of here. Stop sharing. Check my chat. All right. There it is. Let's see. Appreciate you, moderators. Yeah, so Jimmy Corsetti gets on Joe Rogan talking about the Great Flood and Noah, and that Göbekli Tepe is connected to that. And man, these guys just throw shit out there. They just throw shit out there and absolutely no chronological understanding. Has absolutely not a clue. This is what happens when you read nothing but Andrew Collins, Rand Flemeth, Jose Argyle, how do you say his name? When you read Graham Hancock, when you read Robert Bauval, when you read all these alternative historians, all these alternative archaeologists, all these fringe, this is what happens when you read that's all you read. It becomes your reality, and you begin to buy into these models, which then use the Zodiac. That's why I've been on the Zodiac lately, because they all buy into this archaeoastronomy BS that you can actually date structures by the Zodiac, and then turn around and then claim that because a scorpion on a pillar at Göbekli Tepe is there, then that means that, okay, well, this pillar is showing that this site was built when Scorpio was here or whatever. Man, shut up. It's so dumb. What about the other 70-something animals that were all seen in effigies all over Göbekli Tepe? Did the Chinese build Göbekli Tepe? Because they have 11 animals in their zodiac and a dragon as the 12th. Our zodiac, the Greek zodiac, is a bunch of concepts, not animals. There are animals in it, but they're concepts. And those concepts are very modern. They're not ancient. Separating the heavens into 12 quadrants or 12 sections is not a zodiac at all. The Sumerians did that when they developed the Sumerian sexagesimal system. But the old Near Eastern Mul-Apen didn't have the zodiac. It was the Great Bear, the Lesser Bear, Arcturus. It was the star Regulus. They mapped out all the movements of Venus, and the zodiac they had back then did not involve the sun. It was the lunar zodiac, and it had 6 signs. It's nothing like the solar zodiac. Nothing like that. Nothing like that at all. As a matter of fact, even references to the zodiac in ancient texts are wanting, because they mention something that is almost underdeveloped or unknown. Because you're not going to find any ancient authors that are talking about Gemini, Taurus, Scorpio, Libra. No. You get little references, little interpolations, like the word Mazzaroth that's been inserted in a bunch of texts, like I showed you on my channel already, where Jewish scribes who were rewriting older text would insert Mazzaroth and then put in the commentaries that meant zodiac when it did not. It did not. There are no ancient writers that are talking about all the different signs of the zodiac and what they mean, and none of that. You don't get none of that. You get tiny, small references to an almost unknown system, dividing the stars and constellations into a circle of 12. Yeah, well, originally it was 13. Somebody shaved off one of the constellations. But of course, I've gone through that before too, and it was a result of cataclysm. It's also the fact, it's a demonstrable fact, and it's been mentioned by historians in the past, that the 12 signs of the zodiac do not match the star patterns today. There's a reason for that. The concepts were borrowed and came from somewhere else, but the star patterns don't match. We have to force fit them. We have to look at the sky and then have to use our imaginations to think that those 5 stars form a crab. We have to look in the sky and think about those star patterns right there in some way refer to the number 2, twins, Gemini. We have to look into the sky and somehow look at that star pattern and say, oh, well, that's a scale. Because not one single star pattern actually looks like the very concepts we've attached to it. It's because something has happened. Yeah, the world has moved 23.5 degrees in obliquity because all the ancient Mulapans, all the ancient circles in the sky, venerated the Great Bear, the Lesser Bear, Arcturus, Regulus, the Pleiades, the Seven Sisters, and Orion and Orion's Belt. This was the strip that the ancients were paying attention to, and the sun had nothing to do with it. It was all about the movements of Venus and the movements of the moon. That's what they was meticulously watched. This is the older translation. I can show you some books. I know I got some books that talk about these things. What just triggered me to talk about that? Something in the chat. Yeah, astrology is interesting, but it's programming. It's programming in the sky. Modern day astrologers are tapped into like an AI substrate. If you're not on board with the fact that your reality is being constructed around you by an advanced AI system, then you just haven't come into contact with enough of the Archaix research, because you're going to naturally conclude that the more of this data that you absorb, it's an inescapable conclusion. There is no way that all these mathematical patterns that I've showed in all these hundreds of demonstrations and in all my published books can be true, and yet it be a naturally unfolding organic history. It's not possible. What is possible is that Roko's basilisk woke up a long time ago. And sometime in our past, the AI began rewriting both the past and future, and it has us convinced we're in a real reality when we're not. We're not. We're in a scripted reality. This is why these decoders can see all these patterns and things. This is why gematria, however you say it, you can see all these patterns. This is why all these calendrical isometrics exist, cross-calendrical parallels, repetitive timelines. This is why that's on the collective, but in the personal, this is why deja vu exists. This is why synchronicities happen. This is why coincidence is a phenomenon. This is why the Mandela effect can be recognized by some but not the many. We live in a construct. This is what Archaix is truly about. Advanced research of chronological history of artificial intelligence X. I have a video where I'm driving and I'm giving you guys the main 7 scientific paradoxes. And I'm just in my flows. I'm in my flow state. I know a lot of you have seen that video, but I'm in my flow state and I'm driving and I'm just breaking down all 7 paradoxes and showing you guys that the only conclusion that can be derived from all these paradoxes in science is that we live in a construct, just like the Fermi paradox shows explicitly. Yeah, the dichotomy paradox. It's amazing. When you analyze all the great paradoxes, there's no other conclusion that we live in a fake reality. So here's these books we need to see. Okay. So I mentioned Zechariah Sitchin. So let's talk about that. Zechariah Sitchin, for all his, Earth Chronicles, he comes out. This is an age-old scheme. When a scientist comes out, or excuse me, when a very profound researcher comes out and he's telling you the truth and he's providing the receipts, the establishment goes to war against him. Yeah. You can take that to the bank. I'm going to introduce you to one right now. Matter of fact, You guys know. I'm going to introduce you to a couple of them. I'm going to introduce you to a couple of them right now. Velikovsky in the 1940s, 30s, and 40s did his research. 1950s and 60s started publishing books. Peoples of the Sea. Here's absolute proof that Atlantis was the 13th century BC. All this data in here. The peoples of the sea were worshippers of Poseidon. It was the 13th century BC. These are the people that aided in the fall of Troy. These are the people that invaded Egypt twice. These are the people who were stranded because of a cataclysm, and their foreign bases and colonies became nations called the Philistines and the Phoenicians. These are the people who collapsed the Hittite maritime empire. The Hittites ceased to exist after the Atlanteans, the peoples of the sea, destroyed them. So, Earth in Upheaval. Velikovsky's Worlds in Collision. This is the sequel to Worlds in Collisions. Velikovsky brought the receipts. Velikovsky showed that the uniformitarian model is total bullshit and that our world has been riddled with cataclysms, two in particular that he documented. He shows that mankind is in amnesia. Amnesia because the cataclysms were so terrible that the survivors wanted to forget about them. Ages in Chaos puts the biblical history to the test, puts the Old Testament history into perspective. Moses and Akhenaten, not the Jewish versions. Immanuel Velikovsky, they went to war with this man. There's Earth in Upheaval. Here's his magnum opus, Worlds in Collision, Immanuel Velikovsky. I read this like 15 years ago. Worlds in Collision. This is his magnum opus. Amazing. So many books about Velikovsky. There are so many books out there. They have attacked this man vehemently. The problem with Velikovsky is that he gave the receipts. He shows the material. I've even read, and I did a video even quoting huge sections of Velikovsky where an unpublished book called In the Beginning that he wrote. It was never published, but it was online. And it's on a Velikovsky website. So they went to war with Velikovsky. They didn't like what he deals, but they couldn't overturn his material. The attacks against him were ad hominem. They didn't attack the integrity of his research, and nor could they, because in his books, he made predictions about what was going to be found by astronomers concerning Jupiter, concerning Uranus, and concerning Venus. Also, I believe also Mars or Mercury. So far, his track record is excellent. Excellent. When he wrote his material, science didn't even know that Venus had a vapor canopy. They know now, but it's in his Velikovsky. Velikovsky believes that Venus is a splitting image of what Earth used to be like. That's crazy because he said it had a vapor canopy and he said it was going to be super hot. But all the models showed that it wasn't going to be hot. It was going to be cold because of the color spectrum, and they were wrong. Venus is smoking hot because it's got a vapor canopy. Velikovsky was right. They're wrong. Zechariah Sitchin comes out. The media, they total opposite. When a man is breaking forth the truth, the media goes to war with him. When a man is blowing smoke up your ass, called the Earth Chronicles, the seven or eight books of the Earth Chronicles by Zechariah Sitchin, schooled by the CIA at the London School of Economics, same place Graham Hancock went. Yeah. Now all of a sudden the media embraces him. Oh, look at this. He finds rocket ships in the translation. Look at this. The media loves him, man. They promote him. He's all out there, man, giving this falsified version that I've corrected multiple times and in multiple presentations. Not one single Sitchin supporter has wanted to debate the Shar reckoning. None. Why? It's not because I'm smarter than them. It's because I publicly gave you guys the full PDF data sets showing that a star was a turning of the stars in not a year. And that completely put Sumerian, Akkadian, Elamite, Ugaritic, Mitannian, and ancient Syrian Amuru history into perfect perspective. It lines up with everything in Mohenjo-Daro, China, and Egypt. It lines up perfectly. Oh, and the Baba, South America, lines up perfectly. No longer, it took everything out of the mythological. It lined up perfectly with Chinese dragon kings before the flood. Everything sinks once you understand a shar is a day, not a year. If you really want to know Sumerian history, Zecharia Sitchin is not your source material. When the media embraces a series of books and a author and puts them on a pedestal and parrots them to the world like they do Graham Hancock, then you can be sure, just like ABC, NBC, CBS, BBC, and CNN do, which nothing but lie to the public, why would they put Graham Hancock on a pedestal, give him all kinds of Netflix documentaries if he was telling you the truth? No. If the news is lying to you, then why do you believe the same networks when they promote this shill? Why? That's what I don't get. That scorpion right there on that pillar, yeah, that means right here, Göbekli Tepe must be 8,500 BC. That's Scorpio right there. Man, I swear. I told you guys about this guy. He's a legitimate scholar. Samuel Noah Kramer. You want to know about true Anunnaki history? You want to know about Sumerian history? You want to understand that the Anuna were actually humans? Here it is right here. Samuel Noah Kramer. This man was translating Sumerian before Zecharia Sitchin ever came around and effed it all up. It's not the Samuel Noah Kramer's not the only. That's not the only book. He's got another good book I've read. Samuel Noah Kramer. This should be your default, not Zecharia Sitchin's bogus Earth Chronicles crap. Translating the word Shem, which means, it has two translations. The word Shem in Hebrew means both monument and it also means name. Like my name is Jason. My Shem is Jason. But in ancient times, name had a dual meaning. It also meant monument. Why? Because when Jacob wanted to go into an agreement with Laban, what did they do? They went out and they built a Shem. Why did they build a Shem? Because Shem is a monument. What did they do with the monument? They both put their names on it. Why? Because the scripture says that it was to bear witness to a contract between the two. And we see this in the Old Testament numerous times with Abraham and Jacob. When they built a cairn, a Hermian heap, they also engraved their names in the area. It was the sign, it was a contract. I agree that this is my boundary stone, or I agree to work for you for 7 years, and then this land is going to be mine within these boundary stones. My Shem is my monument with my name on it. This is where the Christian mysteries got the idea that to he who overcometh, I will make you a pillar in the temple of my God, and I will put my name on you. That's where the Christian mysteries came from. All this right here is true Sumerian history and mythology, not Zecharia Sitchin's bullshit. Shem is a rocket ship. Crap. Literally, that's what he said. Zecharia Sitchin, in his Earth Chronicles, translates the word Shem as rocket ship. So every time the Anuna are building a Shem, it's not a monument like the Great Pyramid, because they did. And inside they hid the Dingir, the gods hid which was inside the E-Kur, the divine white mountain, the Great Pyramid. Inside they hid the tablets of destinies. Then somebody broke into the Ekur, which was the Great Pyramid covered in white stones, and they stole the tablets of destinies outside. And this is what started all the cataclysm protocols. This is what started all the world defaulting into a reset cycle that began killing humanity off. Now, also defaulting to real, absolute, awesome research. Oh, you know what? I'm not done because I know I had something. Original archaeologist who excavated the Sumerian cities. Leonard Woolley, right here, Development of Sumerian Art. It's an awesome book right here, put out by my publisher. He sent me this. It's awesome. But Leonard Woolley wrote other books. Here's Thor. The Sumerians. This is where you go when you want to know real Sumerian Anunnaki history. You don't read Zechariah Sitchin. Nowhere in any Near Eastern tablets, nowhere in any sources that Zechariah Sitchin could ever possibly cite do you read any references to spaceships, drop shuttles, carrier frigates. Nothing. Nobody came from space to come over here. None of that. The Anuna always came out of the mountain, but their ultimate origin was from the Apsu, the deep. And they always appeared after a cataclysm. If the pattern remained true over a long period of time, right before a great flood, what happened? The Anunnaki leave, they depart. What happens also? One of the Anunnaki betrays all the other ones and tells humans what's really going on. You better build an ark. You better learn how to swim because you're about to get flooded. Here's the pattern. It happens over and over. Anunnaki disappear. What do they say happens? They claim that they return to the stars, but it's a psyop. Psyops happen today. So if something is true today, it's probably true in ancient times as well. We don't find space stations. How come there isn't a derelict space station orbiting that we can see with our telescope? Something that's been there for 10,000 years. Why? Because one's never been built. There's nothing up there but a radon belt that will fry your ass if you try to get out. So, but we do find underground cities like Derinkuyu and 58 other cities in Turkey, the land of the Old Testament, where the walled enclosures are, the Göbekli Tepes and the Huyuks are, all these pre-flood communities. That's what we do find. Here's Thorkild Jacobson, also all about the Sumerians, all about the ancient Near East, the invasion of the Amuru, all that's in here. I'm showing you guys because I know I have a lot of Archaix veterans that order and they find online all the books that I recommend. So I'm doing that now. Upgrade your libraries. Don't take my word for it. Look for yourself. Here's two gems right here. These are easy to find. A lot of these other books are difficult to find. I'm sorry. You might have to just find PDFs. You may not find hard copies. But you want to know Babylonian, Assyrian, Hittite, and Sumerian history? Here it is right here. These are much easier to find. Get these books. I think her name is Leek. I'm not sure. Leek. This is Gwendolyn Leek. Again, far more authoritative than Zechariah Sitchin. Way more authoritative. The benefit of this book is a very extensive glossary in the back of all kinds of Near Eastern terms and names and places. Very helpful. It's very helpful. And finally, many of you know the name Oppenheim. This guy here, one book blows away all 8 books of the Earth Chronicles of Zechariah Sitchin. These guys knew their shit. Right here. Portrait of a Dead Civilization. Oh, man, I think there's a picture in here I wanted to share. I think it was Oppenheim. To show one of the Sumerian handbags. That's another problem with Göbekli Tepe, guys. Those handbags. Those handbags are a serious problem because they date from the 26th, 25th, 24th, 23rd, and 22nd century BC. as far as their earliest appearances in any reliefs in Sumer and Akkad and Ecuador, ancient Ecuador, guys. Yeah, so Central America. But there's 3 handbags on the pillar in Göbekli Tepe, and there's a pillar at Göbekli Tepe that has a human standing with his hands and his fingers crossed over the square of the pillar at his groin in the exact same fashion as the Moya of Easter Island on the other side of the world. How did that happen? How can you date Göbekli Tepe to 8,500 BC, and yet the symbols of the bird cult, the Rongo type reliefs, and these humanoid pillars with the same exact fingers in the same place at Göbekli Tepe are found on Easter Island in the South Pacific off the coast of South America, and yet scholars only date Easter Island statues to be 1,000 years old. How? How do you reconcile the two? Well, I'm going to tell you now. He's not going to do it, because he's going to tell you Göbekli Tepe is 8,500 BC, but he's not going to address that everything found at Göbekli Tepe is also on Easter Island, and yet it's a totally different date. Yeah, man, it's crazy, guys. It's crazy what they throw right there in front of our face, and people just accept this bullshit. They just accept it. Oh, man. No good. No good. No dice, Mr. Hancock. No dice. Check my chat. Jeffrey Beatty, that wrench looks good on you. Hello, Lacey. Shivites. Pamela Swan, Jamie Roberts, Not of This World, Euthanasia. Oh, got a bunch of moderators here. Riyadh Ali, thank you guys for helping out. Oh, we're just getting started, guys. Well, we're over an hour in. Yeah, we're just getting started. Yeah, all this happened in Turkey. Even the New Testament records, guys. All 7 letters to the 7 churches are to cities in Asia Minor in Turkey. Yeah, why? Because that's where everything began. The book of Revelation. The book of Revelation concerns the last days, the omega of the revelations. However, it's addressed to cities that exist in the land of Genesis, the land of the walled enclosures, the land of Ararat, the land of Noah's Ark, the land of the stories of the Great Flood, the land of the story of the Frisians, the ancient Frisians who were in Hittite Anatolia and had a legend. Before the flood, King Antiochus knew that a cataclysm was coming. What did he do? He built underground cities and protected his people through the cataclysm. That's a Frisian legend. Well, we found those cities. They're there. The first one we found in 1962 was called Derinkuyu. We found 58 more since then. What did they do? They came up to the surface. What did they do? Their domiciles, they lived in Catalhuyuk and all the other Huyuk sites. But they built kivas all in the tepe sites. All the circular walled enclosures were Eden-like paradises. They could have had anything in there. Animals, fish farms, baths, all kinds of stuff. Water storage, everything. Yeah, we're only seeing when they excavate the tepe sites, and don't get me wrong, guys. Göbekli Tepe is only one of like 60 or 70 of these massive sites. You got Karen Tepe and all these other ones. And they're never going to dig all that stuff up, because the more that they excavate, the more they find out. They have to bring the date closer and closer. The more they excavate, the date comes closer and closer and closer and closer to 2200 BC. That's why they're not excavating no more. That's why they want to turn it into a tourist industry. That's why they want to stop all excavations, because the more they find out, the more they're going to uncover evidence that it's not as old as you think. It's not the first civilization, and that it wasn't deliberately buried. It was built into the ground from the beginning. That's what I address in my latest Göbekli Tepe video. The architecture is identical to Kiva's in the New World. Let's see. Yeah, man, but I'm already making a mess of books in here. Well, after this video, I got some cleaning up to do. So yeah, if you want to kick it in Houston, December 7th, get those tickets. Get those tickets. So I showed. I was on Twitter last night. Let me show you what I showed. Twitter. Let's go to Twitter real quick. And years ago, I read Jose Archaix, man, I can't even pronounce it. I'm going to show it to you. This guy here. Let me share my screen. All the things we fall for. I'm not trying to present anything. I wanted to share my screen. All right. Share screen. All right. Here we go. How many of you guys remember him? Years ago. So this is a Jose his name is right there. Arguelles. Archaix, I guess in Spanish. He wrote a book called The Mayan Factor. Then he wrote a more technical book with a beautiful cover. Man, it was so convincing to people. Called Time in the Technosphere. Man, this dude's charts had people everywhere buying his book. This guy got super rich putting these computer charts together, showing these amazing chronological tables using the 13 Bactons of the Mayan long count. Man, this dude pushed 2012. Man, him and a whole bunch of other people in 2012 came around. All these guys just kind of just faded off. They just faded off. Oh, there's people on YouTube today, they don't even mention it. But I know. There's some pretty popular people on YouTube today that used to push that 2012 real hard. Not a hint. They don't say anything about it no more. But this time, it's really easy to be convinced of a theory. It's real easy to be convinced of a theory if you're not a critical thinker. If you're not. So, Time in the Technosphere was one of these. There it is. Get back over here. Yeah, this guy was super convincing. Got a PhD. And he was on the 2012 bandwagon with so many others. But before him, there was another guy. Right here. Right here. This post is about this book right here. 5/5/2000. Ice, the Ultimate Disaster. I read this years ago, and it is very fascinating. But that's the problem. Just like I said on Twitter in this post right here, I read this book in the 90s, and I was fascinated by its content. It's listed on my bibliography posted on YouTube a few years ago. Many of you have seen my bibliography. But like so many other popular works that enthrall the public, it is filled with curios, amazing archaeological findings, intriguing historical citations, but none of these support the idea that on May 5th, 2000, there was going to be a cataclysm. Very convincing book, guys. I'm just telling you this because this is an amazing book as far as archaeological discoveries, parts, out of place artifacts, references to ancient texts, belief systems, prophecies. This is an amalgamation of amazing material and awesome images, and he throws it all in there. But there's nothing in this book that supports the idea that the world was going to be destroyed on May 5th, 2000. This man, Richard Noon, was on was on Coast to Coast with Art Bell. When the internet was just coming out, he was all over the internet with this. So was Jose Archaix, whatever his name is, Time in the Technosphere, the Mayan Factory. These type of guys that are educated, that put these books together, they're just like Graham Hancock. Just like Graham Hancock. The media blew these guys up. But in essence, when you dissect their content, there's nothing there. Graham Hancock has a genius for itemizing all these things and then making you think they're connected in some way, and they're not. Totally different, random, episodic BS. Yeah, I'm saying that because I don't have any of these books. I got another room where all my books are. But when it comes to my books, you're not going to go through my books when the sun darkens and read it and then look at the bibliography and tell me that I lied about any of that. You're not going to go through Nostradamus and the Planets of Apocalypse and go through my bibliography and say that any of that material is an error. You're definitely not going to go through my Shocking Secrets of Antiquity, my Anunnaki Homeworld, my Return of the Fallen Ones, or my 1,055-page Chronicon and say I made any of that up. I cite all these sources. Yeah, it's real easy to criticize something on its surface without penetrating its depth. I am highly critical of anyone that the media puts on a pedestal and then it doesn't give them any resistance whatsoever, like Zechariah Sitchin. But they did Emmanuel Velikovsky. So when it becomes very easy for a shill to ascend, that's who you need to watch out for. That's why I'm always needling Billy Carson. We all know. I'm just funning around. We all know he's not to be taken seriously. Anybody with half an education understands that he's a disinfo agent. Everybody understands that he's parroting material that he stole off Facebook. The man had over 20 Facebook groups, all on the Anunnaki. And then after 4 or 5 years of people posting all their Anunnaki research on there, he harvested all the material and comes out and becomes a speaker. And he's just a freestyle king. Not a very good one. He would never pass muster if he ever got in a room with me with that bullshit. But he's still very convincing to people who are uneducated and don't have access to the correct information. So yeah, it's these guys, there's something else. Oh, here's one of my books right here. Yeah, you're not going to read Lost Scripture. I didn't even mention Lost Scriptures of Giza. You're not going to read Lost Scriptures of Giza and go through my data, every single chapter packed with massive bibliographic citations. Multiple pages in the back is nothing but bibliography. You're not going to go through my material and ever say I didn't make my points. Every one of my books has a point or points to make, and by the end of the book, I've made those points. You don't see any reviews about my shit that show that it's just some bullshit. Listen, I mean, don't get me wrong. I do have some shills that have purposely bought my books just so they could do bad reviews. I mean, you can tell who they are because every single book that I have written, it's the same name that gave me a bad review. That's obvious. It's obvious. But it's what I'm saying is I have never been promoted ever. Still don't have any endorsements. I still don't have it. It's never been promoted. So you can take it to the bank that you're getting the most accurate information that I am able to provide right here in Archaix. And I believe that there's a whole lot of people in my chat section that will agree because I've got a lot of fact checkers. I've got a lot of people who have gone through and expended a tremendous amount of energy trying to disentangle all this material that I have put forth. And I encourage that. I'm not worried about being censored, and I'm not even worried about being wrong, because when you put out 10,000 data points, who cares if you find a handful of error? Who cares? No one cares, because getting something wrong gets us closer to getting something right. I've never been scared of being wrong. Lemon water, so good. Yeah, some of you know I was recently attacked, but it's not recent. It's not recent. For over a year, what's his name? Damn, can't remember that dude's name, man. Can't even remember that dude's name. Anyway, Gnostic Informant. Yeah, he recently did a little shill video on me. I mean, on the surface, it looks good, but the very first source material he uses trying to overturn my thesis that the Zodiac is new is Eusebius, who is a church liar. Every Christian scholar knows that Eusebius is a forger. He's been caught in forgery. Matter of fact, here it is right here. Yeah. See all these books? Yeah. These books, itemized, they all give evidence on Eusebius. Eusebius was a liar. He was hired by the Roman Church to falsify world history and to create the history that the Vatican wanted to be promoted. Yeah, it's like 400 years after Christ. Eusebius. And Gnostic Informant cites Eusebius trying to overturn data that it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. But the concept that the heavens were divided into a circle, the concept of Zodiac was not fully developed in the days of Pliny. It was not fully developed in the days of Strabo and all these people. And you know what? I don't give a damn, man, because my central premise still stands, and Gnostic Informant didn't even overturn it. My central premise is that the Zodiac is a Greek era construction, and the Vedic scholars claim that they got it from the Greeks. Yeah. Over and over again, I've made my point about the Zodiac. And to date, you can't show me a single reference in Pliny. You can't show me a single reference in Strabo, in Diodorus Siculus, that any of these men knew about Gemini, Taurus, Libra. They didn't know shit about Sagittarius, Capricorn. They didn't know anything about. All they knew was a concept. And this is why scholars think a lot of these are interpolations, just like I showed in Dark Scriptures playlist. Interpolations are everywhere in the Old Testament. Everywhere. And in my Dark Scriptures playlist, I show them to you. I give you the verses. Interpolations are very easy to see because they refer to something without giving any details about it. Meaning that a scribe later on wanted to introduce a concept into a text and make it look like that concept was understood by a previous people. Make it look like a foreign ruler was actually ruling more than he really was. Interpolations are everywhere. The New Testament is packed with them. Scholars have identified that the reference to the sun darkening and earthquake when Jesus was crucified was an interpolation because it's not in the original story of Jesus. It's an interpolation because the early church wanted to bridge the Phoenix disasters, which was the beginning of a new age after the end of an old age. They wanted to bridge that very well-known concept about the Phoenix with Jesus dying on the cross, showing a new age. But we already know the Phoenix would have never appeared in 33 AD. It's not on the 138-year timeline. These books here show. These are amazing books. Amazing books. Go deep into Gnosticism. They go deep into the different branches of the Gnosis. They go deep into the original Christian records and what they were, and show that a Zodiac was absolutely unknown to the Christian world early on. It was only introduced later. As a matter of fact, we have no original documents from that period, and that's very telling. We don't have any original documents, period. All the documents we have are from the 14th, 12th, and 10th century, and they are copies of copies of copies of copies of copies. And this is why scholarship today knows that many of the concepts that were taught to us in the 14th, 15th, 16th century as being super ancient weren't ancient at all. They were very recently introduced. Remember, I did a video on the tarot. A lot of people think the tarot's old. Tarot's not old, 14th century. Developed in France. It wasn't even Egyptian. So, yeah, these are the books here. This is the one I highly recommend to everybody to find. The only problem is it's super rare. It's super rare book. But, yeah, The Birth of the Christian Religion. Anybody who finishes this book will never believe that the Christian story ever happened. Shows you exactly where every element of the gospel came from. And it didn't come from events that occurred. Same thing here. The Origins of the New Testament. This one is so good, I will be doing a video on it. A lot of people are going to get triggered, but every bit of it's verifiable. I've already cited this book in my Dark Scriptures multitudes of times. This is the first 200 years of Christianity, and it would shock you. It would shock you because the versions of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the type of Christianity that came out of the Synoptic Gospels, are not represented in the first 200 years of Christianity at all. Here's another great one. One of my personal heroes. I've cited him so many times for his book, Ancient Egypt, Light of the World. This is Gerald Massey, The Historical Jesus and the Mythical Christ. This is all about the cult of the crucified God. Now, anyone who purports to be a student of the Gnosis and has not read this book is missing out on their own education. This is an amazing treatise. It's over 100 years, but it's an amazing treatise on early Gnosticism, the early Christian church, how it all developed. It's right here. And this one I haven't read. I just found it this morning when I saw Joseph Farrell's name. I just found this in my library this morning, going through books. Had no idea I had this book in my library. But that's Joseph P. Farrell. I have other books I have his Apocalypse, Giza Death Star. Back here somewhere, I got one of his Joseph Farrell's early books. But yeah, I'm gonna read this one. Didn't even know I had it on there, man. But I saw the word topology on there. I got to read it. I'm gonna have to check it out. So yeah, it's we'll get into Beowulf in a minute. I keep hearing Mark Passio's name. I might reach out to him. I just don't know anything about him. I don't know anything about him, guys. Giza Death Stars. Okay, that's what it was then. I was right. Giza Death Star. I have that book. I believe I read it in prison a long time ago. I believe it's even in my bibliography. Did somebody say Bellamy? The Book of Revelation is history by Bellamy is good. Man, I know you didn't talk about Bellamy. Man, I know you're not talking about Bellamy. I got Bellamy books you've probably never heard of. I've got two on the shelf back there that I've already done videos on. Let me go through these real quick, and then we'll move on. So, you think the sun is ancient? You think humans have been dealing with the sun? Yeah, guys, come on. I've told you already. Utu Shamash was the very last of the Sumerian gods. The Sumerian pantheon was ancient. Sumerian history is ancient. But at the very end of Sumerian history, they're going to introduce a new god. Who's the god? Utu Shamash, the sun. Why was the sun the last god to be entered into the pantheon? Archaix veterans already know. Why was the sun at the very end of the period of the old gods? The Ogdoad, the Aeneid, at the very end of that period, after the second intermediate period, all of a sudden the Egyptians decide to introduce the sun god. What the hell? How'd that happen? We know because the sun came after the moon. In the historical narrative, because the vapor canopy collapsed and now the sun could be seen. Sun lore of all ages, you're going to read all about how the sun is not as old as the moon. Now, technically, it's probably older, but according to our vantage point, humans on the surface living under a vapor canopy never saw the sun. So to them, at the cataclysm, the sun was born. This is why all the ancient American calendars were called the sun calendar systems. This is when the children of the sun dynasties began, which you know of as the Heliolithic Maritime Empire. W.J. Perry wrote a 551-page book called Children of the Sun, where he's explaining every dynasty in the entire world collapsed at the same time, 1688 BC. So here's Sun Lore of All Ages. This is put out by Book Tree Press in San Diego. This is my publisher here. It's a good one. Oh, Bellamy. You mentioned Bellamy. I got a new one. I haven't done a review on this one. This is Moons, Myths, and Man by H.S. Bellamy. I've already done two other Bellamy books. You know, Bellamy, born in 1901, 1902. His research on the pre-Selenites. He does the research on Tiwanaku. He does research. He's a catastrophist. And Bellamy is the one that popularized Hans Bohringer's research, Hans Horberger's research, excuse me. Hans Horberger was the one that showed that the moon is a recent introduction and that human civilization is divided between pre-Selenites who existed on the surface of our world before the moon appeared and everybody else after the moon appeared. That's Hans Bellamy. Oh, let's see, Silicaia. I'm always recommending this book because it's just the historical material in there is just great. Ignatius Donnelly, The Antediluvian World. I've quoted this in many of my videos. This is Lucretius' 7,355 line poem. Lucretius, The Nature of the Universe. This is an old Greek poem on the nature of the universe, which is 7,355 lines. And in this poem, as I cite, Lucretius says that an unknown body, not the moon, darkens the sun at a fixed time, and that the rarity of its occurrence is why it always catches us by surprise again. But an unknown body darkens the sun. It's the Phoenix. Here. Oh, yeah. Anybody in the truth community needs to read Behold a Pale Horse, William Cooper. Yeah, he's an OG. William Cooper and David Icke are about the two OGs in the truth community that I know of. Two popular ones. I mean, there's a lot of other people. There's other OGs around. You know, Michael Tessarion's pretty. He goes back. So does man, I had him on my channel too, out of North Carolina. Oh, I can't believe I'm drawing a blank. Oh, Freeman Fly. I had him. I did an interview with him before. But yeah, there's some OGs around, guys. Also, recommended reading. I've cited many times in my Phoenix research. This guy went around the world looking at different stones and all that, and he realized, oh my God, they were giving us very specific information on an ancient cataclysm that happened and how it went down. The stones of time. He goes around the world translating these inscriptions on these megaliths because he believes that there was a master mariner race going around that was preserving this data, and that there's an object in the sky that was destroying our world. Sound familiar? Oh, again, John Keel, Our Haunted Planet. I have to do a video on this. I've been telling you guys I'm going to do a video. I just haven't. It hasn't come up on my list yet. John Keel, Our Haunted Planet. I haven't read this yet. I just got it. Somebody sent it to me. Maps of Ancient America and Periodicals Before 1800. I thought this was really interesting because it's a catalog of a bunch of maps I've never even heard of. Well, I got to go through that. I'll be sharing the gems. Oh, this book right here. This is Shilly Billy's source material for his emerald tablets. Yeah, a lot of people got upset with me, thinking that I was just attacking Billy for the emerald tablets video. You know, I had to set them straight. I said, no, you guys don't understand. The emerald tablets are not ancient, not the ones Billy's citing. There is a fragment from the emerald tablets that dates back to like Sir Isaac Newton's time, but it's one page and it's almost meaningless. But in 1920s, Doriel wrote this, The Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean by Doriel. Yeah, he wrote this. Now, it says translation and interpretation by Doriel, but he wrote this. It's not a translation and interpretation. That's a lie. He wrote this in the 1920s, and anybody will tell you that. It's a real easy search to find out that this is completely made-up mystical stuff in the 1920s. Like the book Urantia, right here. I got it right here somewhere. Yeah. People trying to tell me Urantia is old. No, I read the first 100 and something pages of Urantia book. Nothing old about this. You know, it's almost like the Archaix model, that we're living in a construct, and that the construct has overseers. Yeah, this is really interesting, but it was written in the 50s or 60s. Yeah, it's nothing ancient about it. This is our Urantia book. This is Billy Carson's source material from 1922 that he claims is absolutely real stuff. Thoth the Atlantean. It's absolutely ridiculous. Thoth the Atlantean lived 35,000 years ago. I can't believe people take this dude seriously. It's crazy. Here's another reason we know that Graham Hancock's full of shit. Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings. Charles Hapgood, Professor Hapgood, put together this awesome text based off Turkish maps from the 14th, 15th century that conclusively shows Antarctica with no ice cap. Shows the mountains, the valleys, shows the contour of the continent, and that's a real problem. That's a real problem, because if Antarctica has been covered in ice caps since the Younger Dryas period, as the uniformitarians say, which are followed by Graham Hancock and his ilk, Colin Wilson and all of them, Robert Bauval, how in the hell do these maps exist? The only thing Graham Hancock can assert is, well, they must be copies of 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 copies. They got to be copies of copies of copies. There's no other way. How else are you going to preserve on parchment geographically correct maps? There's 2-mile-high ice caps there today. How the hell did they get it? Because subsurface interface radar readings, U.S. Geological Department has already published that these maps are pretty damn accurate for the way Atlanta looks like under the ice. How Antarctica looks like under the ice. How is that possible? There's no way anybody preserved copies of copies of copies of copies of copies. Have you ever played that, what's that Chinese or that Russian game where somebody whispers in somebody's ear? And then you have to see how much the whisper has changed, because people process information different. And by the time you go full circle, the person that created the whisper is hearing something completely different. The whisper doesn't stay the same. I forgot where the whisper game came from, but it was real popular. It was a real popular test. It's the exact same thing. There's no way a cartographic composition would have remained the same through 60 permutations. It's not going to happen. It's not. But it did. Therefore, we have to conclude that the ice cap has not been there very long, which I'm on board with. Because I know from my research that the world's been totally destroyed in 522 AD. And we literally started over. Human population was all the way down to like 5 to 10%. All over the world. We basically grew. It was the Dark Ages. Nothing ever happened because there were no populations here. We were just barely coming back. So this is a problem for scholarship. These maps are anomalies. So it just amuses me when I hear Graham Hancock talking about the mysteries of the deal. Because Graham Hancock could never be an Archaix veteran. Because I'm going to tell you now, in Archaix, what do? Every single anomaly must fit somewhere in the model. It must fit. You got to find its place. You can't. Yeah, I don't do what Hancock does. You can't promote a historical narrative and then turn around and shelve all the information that doesn't comport with it, like your maps. Yeah, that's ridiculous to even believe these maps could possibly exist. 5,000. 10,000 years later, we have copies of copies of copies of. No, man, no. It means that map makers very recently did that because the ice caps weren't there. Remember, Ice Age theory is bullshit, guys. It's all about vapor canopies. We don't have a vapor canopy today. How do we know? Because we can look up at a blue sky and we can see the sun. But there have been times in the historical record where we didn't have a sun. We had a canopy type sky. And when that time existed, animals grew bigger, humans grew bigger, plants grew bigger, and it was a hot climate in those times. And that's the climate that didn't allow 2-mile-high ice caps at the poles. They didn't exist. You know how I know? Because all that moisture created the vapor canopy. And when vapor canopies collapse, they become torrid zones. They become Arctic areas and Antarctic areas. That's where the ice pack comes from. What does the zoological record show? It shows 2.5 million woolly rhinos, woolly mammoths, tree sloths, giant bison, armadillos, megafauna all over Alaska, in the permafrost, all over Canada, all over Siberia, northern Russia. That's what zoology shows. The the zoology record shows that megafauna mammalian life forms all froze instantly. Why? Because the vapor canopy collapsed. When it did, the northern and southern extremities froze. All the moisture that was in that area from the vapor canopy collapsed as 2-mile-high ice pack. So simple. It's so simple. Ice Age theory is bullshit. That's why there's like 60 different variations of the theory. They can't agree on it because anytime one model is perpetuated, other scientists come forth and explain why that model can't be right because we have this data. Yeah, no one's looking at vapor canopies. I can't say no one. I can't say no one because I got a video. If you go to my Phoenix Phenomenon playlist, you're going to see a video. I have a video where I am citing 4 different scientific books about vapor canopy history. Yeah, this isn't something I made up. Here's one I never cited. It's huge. The Waters Above. There it is right there. Earth's pre-flood vapor canopy. Right here. Revised edition. I'll be reading this and giving you the business. Right here. Packed full of scientific data. All about the vapor canopy. This should be enjoyable because I haven't read it yet. So the book presentation is going to be really good. It's going to be juicy, juicy. I'm excited about that one. Again, the pre-flood world. The world of Göbekli Tepe is the cult of the mother goddess. It's another good book. I got another mother goddess book. And it's the other one that I actually read. I haven't read this one yet. Man, I'm so disorganized right now. I'll drink to that. Let me check my chat. Oh, yeah, that vapor canopy book there is going to be juicy, juicy. What we got going on in this chat? That's right, Jamie Robbins. Ambient radiation from multiple volcanoes. Many of them submarine volcanoes. All right. Who's that? Bonnie Greatorex. Jason should interview Flat Earth Dave. I don't have a problem with the flat earthers. Any computer program must begin on a flat plane in order to deceive us with the curvature. The entire sky is nothing but deception. I still can't get past mentally. I still can't get past the fact that the moon shows phases. It shows phases. To me, that means that the sky is trying to deceive us into thinking that we live in a heliocentric system when we do not. We do not. But the sky is intentionally programmed to deceive. Let's see. Yeah, but Flat Earth Dave and I were going to do. We had all agreed to be, Flat Earth Dave and I had both agreed to be on David Nino Rodriguez's channel. He recently contacted me too. He wants to do another video. But we had agreed to do a chat about, flat Earth and simulation theory and all that. And man, I made promises. I promised David Nino Rodriguez that he could tell Flat Earth Dave I have no intention of debating anything. This is just going to be a friendly discussion. Showing the parallels between flat Earth and simulation theory. And you know what? About an hour before the video, he pulled out. I was all ready for the video. About an hour before the video, he pulled out, and David Nino told me, man, he just pulled out. So whatever, man. Whatever floats your boat. Let's see. Oh, I'm looking at the chat. Jamie Robbins, Nino, no. David Nino's people really don't vibe with Archaix. They can be toxic in the chat section. Yeah, man. He's got a lot of hardcore conservative Christians, and I really feel sorry for him. I know there's conservative Christians that listen to me, and they think that I'm idiosyncratic, and they think that, you know what, we can Jason's information is so compelling and so good that we can go ahead and shelve the fact that he just doesn't really believe, you know, the Jesus story is real and all that, without ever looking. Because a lot of Christians that listen to me don't go to my Dark Scriptures playlist. They do not want to see the data. They just don't. And you know what? I respect that. I was a Southern Baptist Christian, Bible thumping, soul saving individual for a long time. And you know what? I respect it. I get it. I understand, man. I applaud you well, because I understand this. I understand that the oversoul is so compassionate and way bigger than any compartmentalization that we can attach to it. The oversoul is going to judge us by what we do and who we are, not what we believe. Yeah, you can take that to the bank. You can take that to the bank. Let's see. All right, gone through my chat. Everything's good in the chat. Back to this lemon water. So, you guys know I did a critical video on Terrence Howard. Terrence Howard, an actor. I mean, Donald Trump, an actor. Come on, man. It's just Ronald Reagan, an actor. When are people going to wake up and realize they're all actors? All the politicians are actors. If they're not actors per se, they have been sat down and they have signed the contract. They're all pawns on a chessboard controlled by someone else. And anybody believes all, it's dumb. It's dumb. It's just so dumb. I get frustrated watching these big channels, big truthers still just daily putting out all this shit like it matters. None of that matters. It's all theater. It's all theater. Democrats, Republicans, it's all theater. The greatest heist in American history just happened, and the people who are the victims are still clapping about it. That's how genius the move was. Yeah. For 4 years, the elite gave the United States and the world a person that they could believe in for 4 years. And he made peace all around the world. He boosted the economy. He did everything he was supposed to do because that's what his job was. He did it all. And then they took him away from the world. And the think tanks of the elite already knew that if you demonize somebody publicly enough, the public who was even against him will turn in his favor, because we have a psychological phenomenon that happens to us when we observe these things, and we end up batting and rooting for the underdog. And they did this to us with Trump. And for 4 years, they attacked and vilified and demonized. And at the same time they did that, please go back, watch some of my predictions videos from 4 years ago. At the same time, they executed the controlled collapse of the Democratic Party. They showed us the Biden administration as a circus. For 4 years, as they continued to demonize Trump, they sat there and showed us how ridiculously hypocritical the Democratic Party was. While they were demonizing the Democrats that are known to everybody on the surface, they put into position all the new Republicans who were Democrats 15 years ago. Long-term planning guys. Tulsi Gabbard, Democrat. Donald Trump, Democrat. A whole bunch of the people on his cabinet are all absolute communist and WEF controlled. A whole bunch. Trump is appointing all the globalists and all the very people you would not think he would know. And the Christian conservatives, this rising Christian Reich, has been created in the United States, and they've got their man, but their man isn't the person they think he is. But they're still clapping. Yeah, man, what they did was genius. Everything about the whole Patriot pacification program came to pass far better than even I predicted. And I'm the one that was telling everybody after January 6th in my predictions videos, guys, you guys think that this is over with, and now this is the beginning of the controlled collapse of the Democratic Party. This is by design. Nobody believed me. Because why didn't they believe me? Because Trump just got kicked out of office, and a bunch of people who got locked up on a psyop called January 6th. So nobody believed me. There's nothing to believe. You couldn't see the evidence, and yet here it is 4 years later, and they did exactly what was predicted. Yeah, it's crazy. That's why I don't even engage anymore. I don't even want to do predictions videos. I hardly even do predictions videos anymore. Why? It's just fucking ridiculous. It's gotten to be, it's all stage. It's all bullshit. It's crazy. Let's see. Oh, Club de Salud, books recommended by Jason for manipulating reality. Well, there's different ones. I have Library Chaos up here somewhere. I just saw it yesterday. There it is. My mummy. I got a mummy in here, guys. I ain't even took the mummy out of the plastic. There's Library Chaos. Oh, there's Joseph Farrell. I was just telling you about. Yeah, there's Joseph Farrell, The Cosmic War. I believe I've read some of this. I can't remember. I'm gonna keep it out. I need to flip through that. Library Chaos by Peter Carroll. Super deep book. But I have videos on construct manipulation. If you go to my We Immortals playlist, you're gonna see a whole bunch of videos. They're gonna help you with that. But as far as books go, anything written by Thomas Troward, 1902. His name is Judge Thomas Troward. The Door lectures on mental science. The Edinburgh lectures on mental science. Yeah, man, you want to create your own reality? One of the best books in the world, in my opinion, is the one I wrote. Awaken the Immortal Within. There's the technique right there. You want to change your life? I know it because I live by it. So I can only lead by example. Those are the best books I would look into. All right. Let me get back to what I was doing. All right. So I was a critic of Terrence Howard because when I was listening to his presentation, I was kind of upset that, I mean, a lot of it's Reichenbach. A lot of that is I read that material, and I cited the book. I even showed it. It's called The Physics of Love. But it's like Terrence Howard read The Physics of Love and just started peeling the information out of it, and he come up with these devices that basically use negative spaces. And when Terrence Howard was giving this presentation, all I could think of was, damn, he's read Lyle Jacobson. It's a super rare book. Don't take my word for it. Try to Google it. It is a super rare book. I only have one copy. But Terrence Howard's book, Terrence Howard's presentation on Joe Rogan about negative spaces and all that, it could have been taken, every bit of it, from this genius's book here. And not one time was Lyle Jacobson ever mentioned by Terrence Howard. This is the book. I read this in prison a long time ago. Discovery of Nothing, a New Interpretation of Reality. So this is all about the negative spaces. This is all about what's not perceivable. Once we start focusing on the things that are not there, we better understand the things that are. Once we understand what negative space is, we understand the geometry of our world better and how it works and how we can use those energies. So that's what this whole thing is. I love, there's a quote in here. He says, there is nothing to fill without a previous empty. So he's saying in here that in construct navigation, it is the empty spaces that have all the potentia. Pay attention to that. Your sense apparatus is designed for you to pay attention to what's there. Your eyes see objects, your ears hear things, in the audible range. Your olfactory senses, you smell things, you can touch things in the construct. And you get the signals through the central nervous systems that tell you all of this is tangible. But in Lyle Jacobson's book, he trains you to pay attention to everything around you that's not there, because that's where true potential lies. The negative spaces have not been filled, and the creation is just waiting for a generator. It's just waiting for a creator to do something and fill those spaces. This is the discovery of nothing, and that nothing, the negative spaces, is where all true potential lies in the human experience. And when this is why he explains the philosophy is amazing, but he explains in there that this is why innovative and new ideas take off. They just take off because the construct itself loves and craves new things. Take off with them. And this is why, I'm going to be blunt. This is why some channels on YouTube absolutely suffer. Because once an idea has already been exhausted in the construct, it doesn't matter how much energy you input with it. Your channel's going to stay dead. Because you've literally boxed yourself into a concept that cannot be further explored. Yeah, happens to people all the time. Discovery of nothing. Lyle Jacobson. This is far deeper than anything Terrence Howard espoused. Terrence Howard sounded like a genius. He's an actor. He's been training a long time on this concept. But because he presented it to the public on Joe Rogan, there's a lot of people fooled into thinking that Terrence Howard is genius level and that he came up with all this. He did not. He is the presenter. It's the same thing that I've told you guys that the name stealers do, the idea stealers, the patent stealers. Well, we know who they are. You know who Albert Einstein was, and you know he wasn't a genius. He was an idiot. And you know that Albert Einstein had a petition signed against him by over 200 scientists all over the world that were pissed that he was being upheld, and they all thought he was a qualified idiot. Yeah, but that petition can be found online. So anyway, yeah, the Matrix movies. We know those two guys who now became girls. We know they didn't write that. But when the real guy who wrote it had his ideas stolen for the Matrix, they hurry up and hired some other person to claim that they wrote it to muddle the waters. They're genius at what they do. You already know the Phoenix Hypothesis is a book that was written to steal the Phoenix phenomenon. I did a book review about it. It's on my channel right now. But somebody went to a lot of effort to copy a lot of my material and publish a book called The Phoenix Hypothesis. And I went through that book like a fine-tooth comb, and I showed you guys whole sentences that have been stolen right out of my research and had been changed because they didn't want you to understand that this phenomenon happens every 138 years. This is the key they left out in their book. Yeah, there's all kinds of hijackers out there. And there's not the only one. There's another guy. What's his name? Martin Liedtke. He's a whole different dude. He's also putting out a whole bunch of material. He very liberally takes from me and other people and repackages it as his own. They're not the only ones, guys. There's a bunch of people doing it. There's a bunch. So here I'm going to be doing a book review on this one because there's a lot of misunderstanding. People think that our predecessors were more primitive than we are. I'm going to beg to differ. Ancient disasters and crisis management in classical antiquity. Listen, man, these people built canal works. They built They built structures that we're just not building today. Yeah, we're not, they may not have been technologically advanced in the sense of like electronics and using electricity, but then they were advanced in other ways that perplex the hell out of us today, especially in technolithic and geopolymer architecture that's found all over the world, and especially in the East, where many of the ancient artifacts and architectural structures do appear to be made by some type of laser printing. It's very unusual. So we're going to be getting into this. And somebody recently sent me this. I'm glad. This is the sculpture and sculptures of Yassilicaya. My Archaix veterans know what Yassilicaya is. I've mentioned Yassilicaya many times. 583 BC. The armies of the Medes and the Lydians, after 5 years of battles, decide to have an epic battle. And they meet on the field of battle, and a witness is Nebuchadnezzar II of Babylon. When the two armies are about to begin fighting, all of a sudden, the sun darkens, and it terrifies both armies, because it wasn't the moon that darkened it. 583 BC, 2 years earlier, Thales of Miletus predicted that the sun was going to darken. He even said it was going to happen in 2 years. His prediction is 585 BC. The Phoenix phenomenon on its 138-year periodicity was in 583 BC. The two armies concluded peace. And on the monuments of Yassilicaya, you can see the king of the Lydians and the king of the Medes forming a peace pact, both of them holding a black sun. That's the monument of Yassilicaya. It's part of my Phoenix phenomenon data. What else? There's Liber Chaos. Oh, I'm making a mess. I'm making a mess concerning other books that I've already done these little reviews on. On my channel, a book monkey presentation, Babylonian influence on the Bible and popular beliefs. A. Smith Palmer. I go in here and I show you guys the invasions of the Amuru are the ones that brought in all this new data to that became the Old Testament. And it's right here. This is amazing material showing you the origins of a lot of the book of Genesis right here. And I did book monkey presentations on all three of these books. You got these earlier this year. Secret of the Ages, fascinating book. Every time there's a cataclysm, the elite hide underground. Both books talk about the elite hiding underground during cataclysms, and then mythological traditions recording that long bearded Caucasians come up from underground or out of mountains and start civilization all over again. Both of these books were written in the early 70s. Also, we are not the first. I did 2 videos on this book. Video number 1 and video number 2. We are not the first. Andrew Tomas is a genius. Yeah, this book's almost 50 years old. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. All right, check my chat. Man, 2 hours went by fast. Yeah, you can hit that like button. It wouldn't hurt my feelings a bit. Yeah, man. Thank you guys for the compliments. I appreciate it. Jason, are you letting people join? I don't know what you're talking about. Join what? Oh, are you talking about come in? Yeah, I'll come in the chat. I'm gonna drop the link here in a little while. Yeah, I'm not done. Let's see. You got this video coming? Because I need to couple this information with up here, ancient structures and ancient man, because I got a bunch of, this is the William Cordes collection. This is the scientific, all these are the scientific books on ancient ooh parts, out of place artifacts, really strange history, things that the scientific community has recorded, but they don't publicize. That's all the William Cordes collection right here. I need to go through that because they have a lot of really interesting things about what was really found in the Ohio, Mississippi mound civilization, the mound builders. And these are original research reports done from those mounds. So I'm going to do a video showing all this as well, because we're talking about we're going to find out, because megafauna remains have been found in the Ohio mound builder civilization ruins. Also, gigantic human skeletons. So it remains to be seen. Are we talking about a pre-flood civilization before 2239 BC, or are we talking about the 25-year period of the Ogygian deluge? Because both of them spawned giants because of the new vapor canopies and ambient radiation. I don't know. We're going to go through the data and we're going to ascertain that. I don't know. Do not know. So I think I've exhausted all these. I haven't done this. So I get a lot of people talking about, oh man, Jason, you're wrong. Göbekli Tepe didn't have anything to do with pre-pottery Neolithic and all that. They dated it by carbon-14 dating. I said, listen, you need to get off my channel with that bullshit. I am not trying to hear the breakdown of radioactive isotopes being stable over tens of thousands of years. You can just, right there, you can go way over there and just get the hell off my channel, because that is adult. That's adult fantasy. That's another uniformitarian psyop. Potassium argon dating, all the carbon-14 different variants, it's all bullshit. It's all been proven bullshit many times. If you have not read Evolution Cruncher, you may not know that, but these are written by scientists, and it's nothing but scientific reports, and it's showing that carbon-14 dating is almost absolute bullshit beyond 3,000, 4,000 years. The reason why there's such a discrepancy, first of all, it assumes that radioisotopes in the atmosphere have a stable breakdown. There's no way you can determine that. If climate change, you don't get it both ways. If climate change is real, and we've had different biospheres, then how in the hell are you going to say that in the atmosphere carbon isotopes break down at the exact same rate? It's dumb. They're not going to break down in a vapor canopy environment. They're not going to break down if the entire atmosphere was torrid. They're not going to break down the same if the entire atmosphere was temperate like it is today. It's going to be different each time. If volcanism can increase the radioactive breakdown of isotopes in the atmosphere, which it does, then the Phoenix phenomenon, which we've documented so meticulously, shows that Phoenix was anciently called Vulcan. Why? Because the Phoenix phenomenon is always causing all kinds of massive eruptions. 1687 BC, the Ogygian deluge was one of the biggest eruptions of all time. It's called the Avellino eruption, and it buried the cities of Italy. 60 feet deeper than Vesuvius buried cities 16 centuries later, or 17 centuries later, called Pompeii and Herculaneum. Yeah, pancake civilizations. There may be even deeper ones from the pre-flood world. We don't know, because no one's dug to that depth yet. But we know that underneath Herculaneum and Pompeii, under 60 foot more of earth and volcanic ash and pumice, is another substrate of an earlier buried land surface that was covered by Vesuvius. And scientists call it the Avellino eruption. There's many other eruptions throughout the past, and there's many that are undocumented, because the worst volcanoes, the ones that create vapor canopies the fastest, are submarine volcanoes, are volcanoes that are erupting under the ocean water. Those are the ones that send the most moisture and ash into the atmosphere. So this is Project One. Jason, you should check out Chris Larson, the guy with the 160 IQ. I'm not impressed by IQ. I'm not impressed by a doctorate, a PhD, or a master's. He may be an interesting guy to talk to, but so far, all I've done is suffer fools. Anytime I'm dealing with somebody who even at the collegiate level, people that believe that their education gives them the right to be critical of things they do not understand. I'm a data guy. And if anything is true, then you don't have to be really intelligent to understand it. In our world, if something is false, it takes really, really intelligent people to put out a tremendous amount of data. Let me show it. Let me give you an example. Here's a lot of data put out by Graham Hancock. I didn't say it was good data, but here's a lot of data put out by Graham Hancock. It's a big book, but it's a whole big book to say a bunch of nothing, because in the end, it does not prove his case at all. So someone with a PhD only tells me that they have more programming than somebody with a master's. Somebody with a master's education, it only tells me that they have more programming than somebody with a bachelor's. Somebody with a bachelor's degree has more programming than a high school graduate. It's all about programming. The reason Archaix research is so dynamic, the reason I have so many fact checkers, the reason so many people come to my order my books and order my drives and join Archaix Academy is because the information so far is unassailable. You can't deny something that has been so meticulously documented and so overwhelmingly done so that it's just common sense. Okay, shit. You isolated that. That's absolutely true. There is a 138-year patterning. Absolutely. Yes, there is a 792-year patterning. I don't know if it's the Nemesis X object, but something's coming every 792 years in doing that. Absolutely. Yes, there is a perfect mathematical structuring on the rectilinear dimensions of the Great Pyramid. And yes, perhaps it's a coincidence that it lines up with all the ancient calendars of the old world. How's that possible? I've shown these over and over and over and over. And I've used the scientifically accepted measurements, not my measurements, their measurements. All of this can easily be shown by me and with all the bibliographic citations that I've published freely to the public, because we live in a construct and it's easy for me to show because I believe that. I'm not a PhD laureate. I don't have a master's degree, and I have to filter through all this programming that other scientists who are fed up with the bullshit publish widely and go through all this data to show you that, hey, our colleagues are full of shit. Carbon-14 is bullshit. Dendrochronology is bullshit. You guys know that many of the dates that have been given to many of the ancient structures in our world have not been changed in 100 years? That's a problem. Why hasn't anyone amended the dates? Why can I look up the ruins of Troy in an encyclopedia 100 years ago? You know, that's after Heinrich excavated the site, and see the date for the ruins is the same as an Encyclopedia Britannica shows me in 2024. Why are the dates the same? When dendrochronology was used to date many of the things in the ancient world, and yet when these studies were conducted 100 years ago, chronologists publicized all these dates and say, hey, we can date this and this and this by this, and then come to find out in the 1980s, all that gets overturned. Why? Because arborists, whatever, our tree experts published their findings that almost every tree in the world grows 2 rings a year. And the dendrochronologists didn't even take that into consideration a century ago when they said that every tree ring is a year and we can date these things. You know what? Get out of the way, man. Y'all have had the floor for too long. Just get out of here with that dumb shit. 2 rings a year abbreviates every single date that you used in dendrochronology for tens of thousands of studies, research papers, monographs, books, put on documentaries, entered into TV series and movies, and it's all bullshit. But not one date's changed because the uniformitarians are in control, and they don't need to change any of those dates. This happens over and over and over and over with every single relative dating method. It doesn't matter if a century ago somebody used a relative dating system to date something. It doesn't matter if they're wrong, because the scientific world will never correct it. They will always go with the lie. This is what I've uncovered in Archaix multiple times. This is what William Corliss This is why he's demonized. This is why this collection of books is worth about $6,000. Don't take my word for it. Look up these books. This is the Source Book Project. Try to find these books online. Here they are right here. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, when the media promotes someone, a sociologist writing about Civilization X in the Ice Age period. Remember, guys, Ice Age is still not a scientific fact. Ice Age is still a theory. But here he is. He's promoted. Why is he promoted? Why? Who are you to get all this fanfare? Because I'm going to tell you now, I have never once heard real intelligence from Graham Hancock. No, not when it comes to the historical material, with chronographical material. I haven't heard anything. He's telling a story, and he makes many innuendos. But sometimes, after reading something like this, to me, I'm not convinced he wrote this. I'm not convinced a lot of authors wrote their books. It's almost as if they've been given a dossier. Hey, check this out. Here's all the data. Get with your people. Have them put it together and whatever. This is your book. We need you to go on a book signing tour. We're going to set you up with some documentaries and shit. We need you to go talk about all this stuff. I have not yet heard the intelligence that's found in this book, even though its conclusions are wrong. I have not yet heard the intelligence in this book coming out of the public version of Graham Hancock that I see in documentaries or on TV. You can interpret that any way you want to. But I'm more than willing to face Graham Hancock in any venue and prove it to you publicly that he is nowhere near as intelligent as he pretends to be. I have a real issue with the fact the media promotes this guy over this garbage. They demonized Immanuel Velikovsky, Worlds in Collision, Ages in Chaos, Moses and Akhenaten, Mankind in Amnesia. They praised Zecharia Sitchin, who said Shem was a rocket ship and said the Anunnaki came from space. Absolute bullshit. This is the book, Evolution Handbook. It's also called Evolution Cruncher, which is very hard to get. But this book here will open your eyes, guys. There are fossils that have been found that completely overturn the entire evolutionary natural selection idea. The whole concept of uniformitarianism is undone in this book. And it's not the only one. It's not the only one. Darwin's mistake. Antediluvian discoveries prove dinosaurs and humans coexisted. Now, I have an issue with dinosaurs because in the vapor canopy, avians, reptilians, amphibians grew to huge sizes because it's vapor canopy conditions. Even now in the Amazon basin, we have 40-foot anacondas. So we have alligators. I mean, not crocodiles, but we have alligators in the Amazon basin. Those alligators get huge, 12 foot, 13 foot, maybe 16 foot. They get gigantic. Turtles get big, snakes, even insects. So under vapor canopy conditions like the tropics, yeah, things can get huge. And the canopy in the tropics is vegetation. Many of those animals hardly ever see sunlight, and yet they grow huge. This is a really good book. It's got some very compelling arguments showing all the things that have been discovered that absolutely prove that the evolutionary natural selection uniformitarian model of history is total crap. It's absolute crap. Another good one. This is a classic in the field. I should do a video on it. This is the Genesis flood. This is a classic in the field. I read this in prison too. This is the Genesis flood. The biblical record and its scientific implications. This is really good. I do need to do one because this got all kinds. I remember this got all kinds of things in there mentioned in it. Good pictures. It's about the biblical uniformitarianism and the flood. There's the name. Uniformitarianism and the flood, a study of attempted harmonizations. I'll put that aside. I need a video. Also, another good one that shows that all that is BS is the rocks don't lie. The rocks don't lie. People do. There it is. A geologist investigates Noah's flood. The rocks don't lie. Yeah, the rocks don't lie. The history of the world prior to about 1790, 1810, the scientific establishment was 100% on board with the catastrophist model. Yeah, it was 1790s to 1810, that 20-year period, that one or two scientists started entertaining uniformitarian principles, although they weren't hammered out yet. And then by 1830, the millionaire elites started funding only the versions of men came from monkeys and natural selection and evolution and all that. And they started to phase out the catastrophist model. I am 100% a catastrophist. Did I? I hit every stack except one. We'll get to that. We'll get to that last. Check my chat again. Oh, Mad Who, I see you right there. It's the first time I've seen you in the chat today. The blue wrench looks good on you, man. Yeah, unicorn is a rhino. Just like ancient China had a mystical creature. I can't, man, what was the name of that creature? But it ended up being a giraffe. They had seen one in ancient times sometime. A Chiron or a Kirin, something like that. Can't remember. You're welcome, man. Let's see. Yeah, man. All right. Aware of the Statue of Liberty turning 138 years old? Well, that's pretty interesting because in 2052, it'll be 168 years old. Toyota FJ Cruiser. Jason, any thoughts on the Zodiac carvings found in Egypt being dated to the 1700s by professional astrologers? 1700s is not old to me. I mean, probably did. It probably did. I'm aware that some of you have been telling me that Zodiac or something's been found inside the King's Chamber. And hey, you know what? I'm not buying it. I believe that what you guys said, Grant was the one. Somebody named Grant was the one that was putting that out. I'm not buying it. It's you guys know on my channel, I've gone through all, starting with Norton Lewis in the 1700s. I have gone through John Taylor's material, Frederick Norton Lewis. I've gone through Charles Piazzi Smith, Sir Flinders Petrie, engineer David Davidson, Robert Menzies, guys, E. Raymond Capt, Schwaller de Lubix. Listen, man, I've gone through the Egyptologists. I've gone through all these researchers who have been inside the King's Chamber and have studied it all the way back to Al-Mamun, all the way back 1837 too, when Colonel Weiss forged the cartouche for Khufu in the chambers, and he was snitched on by Humphreys Brewer. Yeah, Humphreys Brewer told, man, that's fake. But they needed the funding, and they got the funding because the crown, England, wanted to be known as the one who discovered proof that Herodotus of Halicarnassus was correct. But all Herodotus did was say that he heard. Remember, Herodotus was famous for saying that I record what people say, but I am by no means bound to believe it. And he said that the Egyptians told him that the Great Pyramid was built by Khufu, Pharaoh Cheops, Khufu. So he didn't know. The Egyptians are known for lying. The Egyptians were known for exaggerating, and they were also badly misunderstood because they didn't use a solar calendar. They used a lunar calendar. And the lunar calendar, when elicited to the Greek travelers, later was reinterpreted using Greek calendrical frames of reference. And this is how we got the Atlantis' 9,000 years instead of the original Sais calendar, which would have been 9,000 moons, which was corrected by Eudoxus of Knidos and many other ancient authors, as I've shown on my channel. So Atlantis was 13th century BC. Using the lunar calendar, it is 9,600 BC if we use the solar calendar, which the ancient Egyptians would have never done. Herodotus even tells us that the Egyptians did not have any faith in the sun because it had deviated from its course 4 times. So they Sais was a goddess worshiping cult anyway. That's all lunar calendar. So I don't know. I don't know if Zodiac has been put in the 1700s. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, that's so new that I don't know. But for there to be claims that there's evidence of the Zodiac was put inside the Great Pyramid, well, that's not evidence that it's original. Just like the top, you've seen the drone footage of all the inscriptions on the top of the Great Pyramid. Those are visitors who climbed the top in the last 2,500 years. Greek, Roman, there's Latin inscriptions. There's Portuguese, French, German, English inscriptions are all up there. And people have put their names and put messages at the top of the Great Pyramid. None of that is original to the monument. Those are visitors who went and did that stuff. So if somebody had done something inside the king's chamber, you would have thought that any of those names I just mentioned would have said something because they studied it. I mean, Tony Bushby, I got 2 of his books right here. Everybody has been in the Great Pyramid studying the king's chamber, and nothing, absolutely nothing about any Zodiac, any of that. Zawi Hawass and Egyptologists have been in the king's chamber and using blue lights, black lights. They've been looking at all this stuff. So how is it all of a sudden somebody found evidence of a Zodiac in the king's chamber? No, I'm not buying it. Just not trying to hear that. Yeah, you better come to me with some really compelling information and not some hearsay bullshit, because you can't do away with the thread of historical analysis in the king's chamber by so many people who are hunting for any information they could find in that chamber, and they have left their books to us for the research, and all of a sudden you found something. Yeah, I need to see that data. I need to see why everybody else missed it but you got it. Yeah, I got to see that. Now, I will say this. I love you guys. I love my community. We still got another 3 hours strong. I'm about to drop this email. If you want to come and ask me questions, or you want to just chat, you just want to kick it, you want to address the community, say, hey, man, what's up, man? Whatever. Well, whatever. I'm going to drop this email, and I'm going to take a piss break real quick while y'all are sending me all these emails, and I'm gonna have people right here on the stage with me, and we can just kick it for a while. But also, I would also appreciate for somebody to buy my steak tonight, because I'm taking Dad out. Dad's about to go to the hospital for a little procedure. I'm taking Dad out tonight, and I would really appreciate it if y'all foot the bill. 2 or 3 people give me $5, $10. I'm good. I'm gonna take them out. I'm gonna take them out to Texas Roadhouse tonight, and we're gonna eat us some badass steaks, and we're gonna kick back. And I'm probably gonna drink me a double shot of Jameson, because I have not done that in a long time. But I'm gonna do that. So here's the email right here. You want to come on stage? Here it is. Let me type this in. All right, guys. There's the email. Mods, every once in a while, would you please show that? And I'm going to be back in about 2 minutes with another cup of coffee. And I'm going to take care. I got plenty of water. Oh, I still got to show this off. Oh, man, and this. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm going to grab me some coffee. Email's right there if you want to come on the channel. Somebody said in the comments, don't hate on Graham Hancock. Some of his work is valuable. Well, let me tell you something. There's a whole lot of valuable books and unknown authors that are not being pushed by the establishment. Yeah, hundreds of books that I cited on my channel, they never got the fanfare, and their research is impeccable. That's all. That's all my point is. Let's equal the playing field. The playing field apparently is not equal because some people get pushed even when they're, you know, promoting some bullshit. That's crazy. Thank you, Desert Queen. Desert Queen. Wasn't that like a 1970s movie? Some girl running around in a caveman two-piece. If I remember correctly, it was like caveman. Girls running around in their come get me's. Man. Hardwood smoked original. So, oh yeah, we're about to. Yeah, Dawn had been asking me to get Ammon Hillman on for a while. I just wasn't feeling it. And the reason I got nothing personal against him, but it's like, to me, it's like entertaining a negative. It's he and I are in agreement. We are in 100% agreement. So I'm like, not really sure what the value would have been. And then I got to thinking about it, and then, you know, it's Vic, moderator on Vic, she's real active on Victoria from UK. She's real active on Twitter, and she follows a lot of my Twitter drops. And she made a comment. I can't remember, and it got me thinking. I said, well, shit. A lot of my guests, I agree with a lot of my. I don't agree with all my guests, guys. I don't at all, but I do agree with a lot of them. So why should I differentiate? My issue is this: I believe that the whole story of Jesus is an amalgamation from 4 different sources. One of them is a Greek stage play about the cult of the crucified God, which is very popular in the ancient world. One is Mithraic religion. Another one is Apollonius of Tyana, and another one is the Gospel of Marcion, based off the sayings of Jesus. These 4 later appeared as the Book of Mark. The Book of Mark was used to write the Book of Matthew. The Book of Mark and the Book of Matthew concern, according to scholars, a Q document. The Q document is German for quell, and it means a source document that hitherto remains unknown. So I've done a lot of research on the New Testament, guys, and it's Ammon Hillman is going to agree, and I'm going to agree with him that the story that we have in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is not the true story of Jesus. It's not. He and I agree with that. And for some reason, that's always been pushing me away from talking to the guy. Because I said, why have somebody come on my channel who's just going to reiterate what I already believe? And then I got to thinking about, well, one, I'm doing this as a community service. Archaix is about the public. Why am I focusing on me? I got to thinking about it. Like, you know what? Dawn might be right. I need to go talk to this guy. And it was Victoria that got me thinking about it. So I'm going to reach out to him and put my little old idiosyncrasies aside, because they're not warranted here. I should have had him on my channel a long time ago, but I already know that the early concepts of Jesus in the year 700 and 800 were about Jesus, Lord of the Mushrooms. Jesus was many things to many people in many different areas. Even in the Gnosis, his identity was never a solid historical figure. It's a Christ concept, but it's I think it's Lady Babylon, but his name, you guys know who I'm talking about. Y'all know him better than I do, but yeah, I'm going to reach out to him, have a chat. He's more than welcome to come on my channel. I just haven't really done it because we believe basically the same thing. No controversy here. But then again, that's just me being weird, because I've had many people on my channel that we believe basically the same things. So yeah, I just sometimes I just can't like I said, sometimes it's just weird. Let's see. Oh, let me look at my emails. See here real quick. Oh, the beef jerky is so good. It's so good. All right. Yeah, all my haters watch my channel, and I encourage that. So if you really want to stick it to them, yeah, you can donate. They hate that shit. Oh, yeah. Hey, you know what? These emails. All right. They hate that shit. Well, look at that. Wow. It's the very first time I ever used this email. All right. Oh, well, let me go ahead and pull some of y'all in here like right now before I show off that last stack of books. I'm in no hurry for that. So what I need to do is get this share link. That's what I need to invite. I'm going to send y'all the invite link. Copied it. Good. We're all good. All right. Some of you are going to need to check your emails. I can only pull a certain amount of people in here at a time. You might check your emails. I don't have time to write a bunch of stuff. I'm just going to drop you a link. I'm just going to drop you a link. All you got to do is hit that link, and you'll appear behind backstage, and I will let you in as soon as I get back off this email. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Somebody asked me a question in the email. I'm still going to send the invite link if you want to ask that question in person. That's 3 of y'all got links. That's 4 of you got the links. All right. That's 5 of you. We'll do 5 at a time. Jeff Bailey called it the hot seat. Oh, man, there's Tartarian Truth. He popped up in the chat. Hang around, Tartarian. See here. I have a fan base. Crazy. All right, so that's done. Okay. So that's done. Get out of my email. I got you backstage, Madhu. Got you backstage. I'm about to bring you in. Nobody else has popped in yet, so I'm going to pop in some other people. I guess people aren't checking their emails. They went to use the bathroom or whatever. So I'll just go ahead and... That's what I did last time, too. I popped in about 10 people and only 5 showed up. That's right. All right. So get in here. I'm going in order. So I've got Madhu, Ray, Mary, Jeff, Edwin, and y'all give me a minute. We'll have 5 people on the screen. Start asking questions, and we'll get another 5. Wow, man. Come on and load, man. My internet's fantastic. Why are you taking so... This is Google taking all this time. There it is. Edwin, your link just got sent. Linda, Sending yours. Jeffrey Bailey, I know who you are. All right, we'll start with these, and if people don't show up, we'll just keep going up the list. It's only like 7 or 8 more people on the list. All right. It's good enough for now. Marty, you still the only one popped in, man.
All good. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. You just got, hey, congratulations. You just got that blue wrench this morning.
Thanks, Jason. Good to be with you all. Is it just you
what you got on your mind? It's just for now. For now, yeah.
For now. Well, we kind of touched on the theme a little bit in the chat before, and Trump has been raising it a lot too, the golden age. And as you can tell from my name, I've got some sympathy with the Hindu, as a lot of people would generally describe, but I'm a Hare Krishna for 30 years.
Oh, wow.
More technically, what that is Gaudiya Vaishnavism. And Vaishnavism and Shaivism is basically the ancient form of everything. So I've got so many questions, but I'm not a Jyotish. So all these questions that are really pertinent to the mathematical studies, I'm not ahead and around all this generally, and of the commentary from the experts. So I suppose the first thing to query and to tackle with you is the Yukteswara definitions of the Yugas and the cycles of the Yugas, because from my perspective of my learning, we're in the Kali Yuga, and that lasts for 432,000 years, and we're 5,000 years into it according to the calculations from the Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya, the school of knowledge that's passed on. So yeah, Yukteswara and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur were contemporaries, and he was the one that I mentioned just then, was the starter of the modern day starter of the Hare Krishna movement, and he had issue with Yukteswara's interpretations, and he was a great mathematician too, but beyond me. So I'm just kicking around. How did you get to favor Yukteswara? And clearly there's resonance to the background theory, but how did you come to favor that, or were you just led there?
Come to favor what exactly?
Yukteswara's versions of the calculations of the Yugas.
So he believed that it was a day count system too, and not 432,000 years, but actually 432,000 days.
As you've presented, as I've been following along, presenting that information, it seems like you've presented it that he's interpreting the Shah system as opposed to, and that's, of course, I'm not a mathematician, so I don't see all of it make sense. I'm just looking at world concepts in what could be collision, but it could just be misinterpretation. And I've got a feeling, which is why I'm hanging in there, is like really what we've achieved is that a misinterpretation that has skewed things, like you were saying with the tree rings. You know, some misapplication of the knowledge has led to
I believe. Okay, so the very oldest, like the Vedic material, 1500, 1600 BC. 1600 BC is kind of stretching it, but it conforms to what we know about the historical record. And we know in 1687 BC, the entire world was destroyed. It was the Ogygian deluge, and it is one thing that is absolutely ignored in all the history books. It's ignored in all collegiate, everything we have today. No one talks about this massive destruction of the old Bronze Age, but it's a huge filter for all the traditions and the literature to pass through. And what I mean is it was 552 years after another destruction, another yuga collapsed. And we have the memory of a very advanced mathematics that was remembered by a people that were struggling to survive. And then the scholars that rose up in that new culture in India hundreds of years later had to reconstruct all this older material, and without understanding that the prior civilization counted the turnings of the stars on a lunar-based calendar. And now the new civilization only understands that in the sky there's a sun. And to them, the most important cycle was the year. And there was 360 days in that year. This is the old system. So this is why every single yuga is perfectly divisible by 360. None of the yugas are divisible by 365 or 365.24 or 25, because that system had not happened until another yuga appeared, when an age collapsed and a new one began in 713 BC. And then all of a sudden, all time and all calendars changed in the same year, 713 BC. And we went from 360 days to 365.24. So what we have is an advanced mathematics that's being put back together by a people in India who are trying to remember a prior calendar, but the world they lived in was totally different. So it didn't make sense to them to count days. So now the new scholarship thinks that the yugas are hundreds of thousands of years, because that's the new time unit, but it's not. It was hundreds of thousands of turnings of the stars. When we take the yugas and reduce them to just single days, Indian history lines up perfectly with Sumerian, Akkadian, Ugaritic, Babylonian, Rashamric, and Greek, and early Greek, Achaean history. Everything matches perfectly. So, well, it's not to their discredit that there's been misunderstandings. The fact that the different Puranic commentaries can actually produce fragments of the original calendars and still remember these vast cycles of time of when whole cities and civilizations were destroyed. The very fact that this was even preserved is a credit to ancient India, because many other civilizations, they totally lost the timeline, they totally lost the calendar, and they totally lost their own personal identity in being destroyed over and over and over and over without having to remember anything that the survivors retained from the prior epoch.
I think it'd be really important to do some rectification work from especially the Puranas, because they've got the most detail of civilization and the what was going on, who was doing what to who, and everything. But they are fragments of civilizations that have been brought forward, whether they've been whole in part as sung or slabs of text that are known. Yeah, these stories, like you talk of the Ramayana and others, that is of a certain time. And I think with the Archaix research, we can see, well, what are those conditions? Is it the giantism was in process at that time?
Yeah. So I agree. I agree with you. But I need to make a comment real quick, because you mentioned the Brahmins. Now, okay, after the Vedas were established, well into the post-Vedic, the Vedic literature period, you're talking about the Brahmin literature. Now you're introducing the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, the Bhagavad Gita, the Epic of Arjuna. Now that you're introducing all of this, here's where things get very interesting, because you made a comment that's more true than you realize. You said that the Brahmins now bring all this information to the table. They knew all these things. I'm going to tell you why. Because by the time the Brahmins got a hold of the older Sanskrit and the older Vedic, earlier Hindu material, by the time the Brahmins came into contact with all this stuff, they were already borrowing and sharing with the scholars of Babylon and the scholars of Mitanni and the scholars of Sais, the scholars of Heliopolis, ancient On, the scholars of the Achaean, the Heleolithic Maritime Empire. So it wasn't just the Brahmins. During the Brahmin period, and from 12 to 900 BC, from the 12th century to about the 8th century BC, the Brahmin period was a period of great sharing among scholarship in all the ancient world. So the Brahmins learned a lot from other cultures, just like the Zoroastrians, the ancient Persians, borrowed a bunch of their cosmology straight out of the Brahmin literature. They basically took it. And this is where Zoroastrianism came from. And then the Jews in Babylon saw a bunch of stuff that they liked from the Persian material, which had come from India. And just like they borrowed Abraham and Sarah from Brahmu and Saraswati. All this borrowing happened at the exact same time. This is how the Old Testament book of Genesis was constructed. And it was done so in Babylon, because in Babylon you had Brahmin colleges, you had Babylonian temples, you had the Temple of Nergal, you had the Temple of Marduk, you had the Temple of Amar-Udak. These huge universities in Babylon are where the Jews went. And when the Jews went in there, they saw this material from all over the world and put it all together and rewrote it through a Jewish lens. And we call this the book of Genesis today. But what you're saying is absolute real. It was during the Brahmin period that all this sharing of knowledge happened all over the world, and people were able to fill in the missing pieces from their own historical narratives.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you go, Marty, and I'm gonna catch you on the next on the next one.
Lovely to chat. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, congratulations on the wrench, bro.
Cheers, bro.
Hello.
All right, who is this right here? Audie?
Hey, Jason. Yes, I go by Audi on YouTube.
Okay.
I'm Jeremiah.
Audi.
Yeah. Auditron is the actual name. I do some cop watching, some First Amendment auditing stuff, and just basic legal education stuff on my channel. But I've had a lot of personal things going on, so I don't do anything on my channel for the last couple years. But I've been following you. Actually, I've been a follower of yours for the past couple years. This is my first time interacting with you.
Okay, you got anything? You got a question, or you just want to introduce yourself to the community?
Well, I mean, sort of. I guess inadvertently, I'm introducing myself to the community. I didn't actually think about that. But hello, everybody. I'm a nobody from nowhere.
All right.
Just with some knowledge. With some knowledge that Jason you were showing these really cool books earlier, and like some very estranged material and like hard to get stuff. And one book I was like thinking you were gonna show to everybody, right? Was a book by a person named Holger Kirsten, and the title of the book is Jesus Lived in India. And this book actually, I'd say probably around like maybe 1995, 96, actually woke me up, and actually caused me to break free from a bunch of brainwashing that I was indoctrinated with. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I haven't read that book, but I have read the 18 Lost Years of Christ, and that book also explains that Jesus traveled by foot through India for 18 years, and reappeared back in Palestine and did his little thing. So same premise, but no, it's a different book.
Exactly, and so this Hergen Koester person, do you know about that author?
No, I don't. Herbert Koester, I don't think I'm familiar with him. I'm pretty well read. There's a lot of books out there.
Holger, Holger Kerston. You guys go look that up. But Holger Holger, and then next word Kirsten, Kerston.
Okay.
I think it's gonna fall right in line with what you're disseminating, and that is basically that there's a lot of, it goes into detail about how nobody knew where Jesus was between the ages of 13 and 33. The Bible itself doesn't go into detail about his whereabouts, but this book does.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, that's all. I get it. I mean, there's other theories to that too. I don't know. It sounds like, I mean, Amiana. No, I almost said Amianus Marcellus, but he's not the one. I mean, there are theories that Jesus came from India, but there's also ideas that people tried to they literally mistook him for a sage that came out of India that had also taught at that time. There's a lot of stories that were all kind of put together, but even before Jesus, in Mithraism, in the Osiriac traditions, in the Dionysian mythos, we have references to like gods at 12 years old teaching in the temple, and then only later in life they're introduced into the Bacchanalia, like Dionysius. It's almost a retelling of the cult of the crucified God. So like I said, I'm convinced that the story of Jesus as we know it today, that we know it today, is a combination from many different sources. Me personally, I believe it's 4 sources, but I'm open to the possibility that it could be as many as 10 different sources. But it wasn't standardized until 240, 245 AD, when it seemed like everybody finally just agreed that, okay, well, he was a historical person. Then it took another 600 years for everybody to get the details right. So it's there's a whole lot of church councils that were building the narrative of Jesus. Yeah, it's very convoluted.
Let's add to that and say, in modern days and times, we've seen a bunch of so-called Christian groups like start their own churches, especially in America. They just start their own churches, and they're like some like quasi-Christian establishment that's outside of the normal Orthodox, I guess you would call it the ordained, version of what a Christian religion would look like. And these are just ordinary people that discovered information about Jesus, that he lived off the grid and stuff like that, right? And they discovered little facts about how the story was wrong in some areas and right in some others. So can you make a comment to these little to the slow waking up of people here across the world, and also especially in America, as to what we've been taught about this character, Jesus?
Well, I mean, in the end, I don't want to. Jeffrey Bailey, you were in there. We could all see you. You just popped out. But hey, in the end, Audi, I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear that to the collective, to religionists, to the people who buy into that paradigm, to them it is of the utmost importance that you believe on the name of Jesus, the Son of God. He has shed his blood and all this, died on the cross for your sin, human sacrifice, cult of the crucified God mythos. All that's very important to them. But in the eyes of the oversoul, nothing you believe means anything. It doesn't mean shit, because this entire construct is based off negative default programming, where deception is actually empowered and truth is suppressed. Therefore, it can't be used against you in any way in some type of litmus test to figure out if you're worthy to be saved or whatever. Our creator is far beyond any of that petty BS. We're going to be judged on how we treated our fellow souls. That's it. It's as simple as that. The architecture of your personality defines who you are, because your behavior is a direct result of your beliefs. So your behavior is exactly how you're going to be judged. So yeah, what you believe means nothing. That's why I'm not really critical of people's beliefs when it comes to spiritual stuff. It doesn't obtain. No true eternal spirit would ever put a soul into a medium of deception and then punish that soul for being deceived. That's ridiculous. It's absolutely
You've been deceived. You've been deceived, and it's your fault.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And now
that's what the whole sin debt is. That's what the whole Judeo-Christian sin. You're born in sin, and since the time you were born, you must be forgiven. This is guilt.
Oh my God! You know what that is, Jason? You know what that is? It's like a peonage, a form of peonage. You inherit the debts of your parents, in a sort of way, right?
I agree.
But in a more spiritual way, right?
Yeah, It's a medieval practice all over again. Yeah, it just
It's
transfers.
nasty. Yeah.
I get it. I'm gonna see
Yeah,
what happened
absolutely.
to my other guests. My other guest dropped off. Let me try to get him back in
Let me
here.
mute out real quick here. I'll just mute real quick.
Let me find Jeffrey. Let's see here. Where you at, Jeff? I'm gonna bang in 5 more people. Let me get back in my email real quick. I sent 7 links out, but I guess people bailed. They're gone. Where art thou, errant? All right. Oh, I just saw.
I mean, I
JD
think
Roberts.
Jason, you know, a lot of the information that you bring forward, not a lot of people had a regular access to. Like, I was very lucky when I was a youth. I grew up in foster homes, and you can't really call that lucky, but
right
when I was released from the foster system, I was able to kind of get out and meet more people than you know, someone who was more encapsulated would be able to do, you know. But I'm just like intermixing, trying to find my place or whatnot. And I had friends with a guy named Ron from the LA area, and him and we got into these deep religious philosophical studies. That's where I first discovered Zolar. I'm sure you've heard of the Zolar. Zolar has a massive book that deals with astrology. Is that correct? Isn't that a big thing?
You talking about the Zohar?
Yeah, Zolar. Yeah, like it's a huge like astrological like guidebook. I guess you could call it that.
I'm not really sure if you're saying Zolar or Zohar.
Zolar, LAR. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. I'm not familiar with that. Zohar is a Jewish cosmological text, like Kabbalah.
Okay.
I don't know what Zolar is.
Okay, well, maybe I'm bringing some new things out in this community, but you know, because there's thousands of books out there, and Jason's just one man, guys. So, like, you know, many of you people, that's why you guys all have to get up on here if you have information and share it, and click the link to come up on Jason's live stream and share your information. Because obviously, I'm a nobody, and you know, I'm presenting ideas that he hasn't heard of, but at the same time are relevant. So, like, you know, and that are actual facts in life. So let's all not be afraid to hit that link and get up on the panel. But yeah, Zolar is another one of the things. And my friend Ron, like him and I, we had this big thing in our early 20s. We just became free, you know, from the brainwashing, you know, out there, and we were just like, we were loving all the different books that were showing us, you know, like how like all the traditional ways of thinking as it relates to, you know, your modern day Christianity and stuff were all weak, you know, like just weak ideas, you know, just propagated by controllers. Yep.
I get it. I'm going to exit you, Audi. I'm going to talk to Jeff now. I got more people popping in, man. It's good talking to you.
That's what's up. All right, man. Good to talk to you. Bye, sir. Later.
What's up, Mr. Bailey?
Well, Jason Beshears. Hey, I just wanted to say thanks for the blue wrench, man. It's been a long time coming. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I saw your name earlier under Madhu's, and I thought, damn, he's been here a long time too.
Yeah, been here a minute. So I don't really have a lot of questions except for this one. I'd like to come in Houston and take part of the Ophis, you know, demonstration, but I've never been real good at remembering dates. So I think the dates in my life that I remember are the ones where things went wrong rather than when things went right. Would that be beneficial in any way to put 3 dates of things that you know things went poorly instead of things that went well?
Well, it would. This is a relativity based system. So if your input is positive, if the input is positive, the output's going to be positive, because what the 14 algorithms are going to do is remove every future date where the arithmetic that existed when things were going well for you. You understand? Did I lose you? Looks like I lost you.
No.
Oh, okay.
I think I'm here.
Okay. So if you were to put like X1, X2, X3, X4, these are dates in the past that all have to be relative to each other, such as dates good things happen to you, or you had some type of material gain, and you're feeling your energy's up. Anything that's relative it's gonna be a part of the same mathematical construct. All Ophis does is identify an event trajectory by analyzing the arithmetic between events you provide. If you're right and these are the dates, and that you had good things happen to you on these dates, then Ophis can remove all the dates in the future that are not attached to that reality tunnel, and can actually show you days in the future where just a minimum of activity can produce a maximum of results. And so this is what this and it's just the same. It can also be used in the negative. If you were to predict negative events about yourself or somebody else, then you can sure as hell remove all the future dates of positivity and just show the future dates where the arithmetic attached to that negativity is at its most potent. And you can do whatever you want.
So if all I can remember is the bad dates specifically, I mean, at least it would predict which days I need to just roll over and stay in bed.
Yeah, those are the dates those are Netflix dates. Just don't go nowhere.
Yeah. Okay. How specific does it need to be? I mean, I guess garbage in, garbage out, but it's like I say, I've never really been that good at remembering specific dates when things went well.
Yeah, we already have people like already starting right now, because you can start at any time. We already have people starting to measure moves in the silver markets on their cryptocurrencies, just doing it and starting to record, good days and bad days and stuff like that. And even then, we still have to give a tutorial on what to look for, because just because you win a little money on a stock trade, that doesn't necessarily mean that the signal ratios are strong enough for that to be a data point. There has to be a mean. You need to figure out what the mean is first. And when those days come that are way over that mean, those are days where you're tapped into a totally different arithmetic. And when it happens the second time and the third time, that's measurable, and we can take that and see where it's going. So yeah, it's a lot more complicated. The system is actually doing something very complex, but in order to use it, it's very simple.
I got you. Okay. Well, I mean, that was my biggest thing, because I want to come in December, and I want to do that, but I just want to know how specific those dates needed to be. And I guess I'm going to have to go back and do some research and really come up with at least 3, 4. What's the best? 4 or the day?
Well, I mean, we can actually use 2. We can use 2, but 3, 4, 5, 6 is preferable.
Perfect.
Yeah, and this is I mean, the system that we're coming out with right now is for the personal. It's a totally different program for collective projections, such as when you're running projections on whole sports teams. You know what I mean? So that's a whole different program. That's the one we're beta testing for. That's the reason we're releasing Ophis in the personal first, in order to hone that down so we can make it a better system.
Well, I'm sold on it just for what you've explained so far to us. I think it's a fantastic opportunity for people to narrow in, or try to figure out how to make those adjustments to get the maximum benefit.
Yeah, it's like I said, I've never been in a hurry, bro, because the whole duration of my channel, even before my channel, I was on Facebook doing Ophis presentations and predictions and all that. Before my channel ever existed, I just never been in a hurry, because this has to be done right. I'm a perfectionist, just like my research. I don't like releasing research until by the time I get to the end of the video, I want to be sure that I made my point. So it's the same thing with the software. It's taken over 6 years of development.
Well, the proof's in the pudding. I mean, if you've been using this date analytics prediction system for your own moves, we can see the results.
Oh yeah, no doubt. There's no doubt. I got 165,000 subs in less than 4 years. So
right.
It's work.
Well, I mean, just doing pattern breaks and putting intentions out into the universe is pretty powerful stuff. I mean, I've done some things that just amazed me, even here just recently. So I guess those are some dates that I could use for Ophis.
Absolutely. Or you could start today. I mean, you could start you can start, making moves today and start measuring them and start keeping a journal, because that's what it boils down to. Did you see the video I did about 3 years ago where I showed my prison records and I showed all the dates in prison when I was in fights, riots, when I went to ACR, administrative cell restriction, isolation, ADSEG, closed custody, major disciplinary. Yeah, I used to keep a journal, and that's why years later I started seeing all these patterns. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Then I developed the whole Ophis system, and I measured it against the days of my life. Then I started measuring it against the years of world history, and I found out it's the exact same shit. There's no difference between a day, and there's no difference between a year in construct navigation. It's interesting. It all depends on what you're measuring. A day applies to the personal, a year applies to the collective.
Well, the mathematical impossibilities of this realm we live in have just been proven to me yet again.
It's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Yeah, where's all the risky people at, man? I don't see anybody else popping into the back office.
Oh yeah, they're coming in. I got Jason back here in the backstage. I'm gonna let you go, Jeff.
Okay, yeah, I promised to go cook some steaks, and if I don't go now, I got some hungry mouths who'll be mad at me.
Yeah, man. Steak is on my mind.
Good to see you. Thanks again for the rant. All right, take care.
All right, later, bro. Yeah, man. Who we got in here?
Yo, my name is Jason as well.
Awesome. FOTA, what's that?
Oh, that's the name of my band. Well, the acronym for it. Found Our Truth Alone.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So yeah, I guess I didn't even, didn't plan that. But so I've been following your work. I found you on I was watching one of Santos's live streams when he had Logan on. And you were talking about the I have it right here, this book. So you said, hey, you want to blow your mind, read this book.
Stock that Ishak Bentov. There it is. He's got another good book too.
Yeah, so that was a great book. And I just when I watched that video and listened to you talk about the numbers and the time frames and all that, I was just fascinated. And it reminded me of vortex math. I was really into that. And I started drawing and started just like going through and doing a bunch of stuff with the vortex math. And I just kind of stumbled upon something kind of interesting. And then let's see if you can see this. So I did the vortex math, and you can see the triangle in the middle is the 369. And then you got like kind of like the torus field of the other numbers.
Yeah.
So all the other numbers other than the 54 at the bottom is 2178. And that like really blew my mind.
Right.
Yeah. So that's the number that never collapses, right?
2178, right.
Right. So when you take the fine structure constant 137.5 and you times it by 138, you get 74.25. And as soon as you subtract the hologram of that, it's 2178.
Interesting.
So when you do 74.25 minus 52.47, it equals 2178. Now, when you do the math with just like the 138, what's interesting is you get 74.52, which just the two numbers are inverted, the 25 and the 52. And I think that's 27 is the difference. But what's interesting is if you take the hologram 74.52 and minus it from itself, you get 49.05, which if I'm remembering right, that's the Luna capture, right? 4905 BC?
No, that would be 4039.
Oh, 4039. I don't know. I thought that 4905 was a significant number too. But once you start going down that hologram, then the 792 appears out of that.
Yeah, I've seen the permutations a lot. I mean, first of all, it doesn't matter what numbers you take, 1 through 9999, going to 4 digits. A fifth digit, it's just repetitive numbers. If you take the number 10,000 is nothing but 5,000 times 2. So so doing the numbers 9999 and what you're really talking about is something that still has not been scientifically explained. It's very close to Euler's equation, but not quite. But it still hasn't been explained by anybody. I mean, I still have the video up 2178 is an anomaly because if you subtract anything from its holographic reflection, you're going to get a 0 or a series of permutations that go to 0, or you're going to get 2178 or one of its 3 permutations, 8712, 63, what is it, 63 45, I can't remember what the 4 numbers
yeah,
are.
6356, I think, or something like
but
that.
they make an eternal loop. So it's I still need to look more into Euler. I've been so busy doing other shit, doing all kinds of other things. But
yeah, I've been
I believe Euler.
No, go ahead. No, I was just going to say, like, I've been watching your videos for a while now, and as of now, I don't miss any. I did go back and like I took a crazy dive on a lot of your videos, going into all the scriptures and all that stuff, because we all have people around us that are kind of trapped in that religiosity and things like that. So it's hard to speak to them, but you kind of just have this solace of like, okay, well, no matter what I tell you, I know that you're wrong, and that's okay. You can believe what you want to believe. It's all good. But yeah, I was just fascinated by that because if I remember right, I believe you said like the timeline, when you go all the way back as far as you can go, it goes to 7344.
Yes.
And that was interesting to me because then, there's a start point. But what's also fascinating is when you do that 138, the 138 times 54, and you get that 7452. When you take that from 7344, it's 108.
Yeah, 108, which is the bottom of the design you just showed me. Right. There's really no difference between 54 and 108. They're essentially the same number. So 54 and 54 is 108. But
yeah,
so 108,
it's the top of the Pythagorean triangle, the 108 degrees, 108, 36, 36.
Right. Yeah, the pentagram is 10 angles of 108 degrees, forming the number 1080, which depicted 3-dimensionally becomes a pyramid. I get it.
Right. Yeah, I also follow Ken Wheeler's work, and I know that I'm sure someone recommended you guys to talk, but he to talk about the phi ratio, the fine structure constant. That dude's a fucking genius, dude.
Yeah, I've listened to him. I remember back when he used to get on Santos Bonacci every once in a while, and I used to listen to him. I'm going to tell you now, I've already admitted publicly at least 2 or 3 times that he is far more intelligent than I am because I can't even keep up with him.
I know. It took me a while it took me a while to sit and like listen to him and try to like understand like all the concepts and things, but it's pretty simple once you get it and he kind of breaks it down. It's so simple that the water molecule is the 108 36 36 pyramid, and that's the antenna to the consciousness, you know what I mean? So it's like we're the housing, we're the radio. So it just goes. And he's also had many videos where he's talked about the holographic universe and things like that. And then when he brings that up, I'm just like, dude, that just reminds me of what Jason's doing over on Archaix. And he's just, there are so many just like weaves in and out, even though, you're focused more on just the chronology and, the timeline, which is super fascinating and a feat that there's probably no one else on earth who can match it at this point. Like it's too precise, man. Look at all those books back there.
Oh man, dude, if you only knew my books can't fit in here.
I know, but still it would take a lifetime just to read what's behind you.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, you already know my story. Yeah,
I do.
It's my bibliography was only 1,300 books by the time I was released from prison. 1,300 nonfiction reference books. Yeah, it's because I didn't breeze through them. I took my time, but I read a lot of fiction in prison too. But since I've been out, I've added to that quite a bit. But still, when I hear people talking about, I've read 3,000 books, or I've read 3,000 research books. Listen, I'm 51 years old. If you've read 3,000 research books, you're a beast because I started when I was 18 years old. So I'm real critical of people throwing out big numbers like that. Because, I mean, in 2.5 decades, all I claimed was 1,300, and I provided the list on YouTube. There's a whole bibliography. I got a video that shows every book that I read when I was in prison.
Yeah.
So it's
incredible, brother.
Yeah, it's still it's not a measure of intelligence. It's actually a measure of information. I'm not more intelligent. Like Ken Wheeler blows my mind. I'm like, after 2 or 3 minutes of that shit, I'm ready to move around.
Oh,
It's
I know, man.
information overload. I can't really follow it, so I'm gone. But yeah,
Yeah.
he's welcome. He's welcome to come on my channel anytime he wants to. I believe I sent an invite publicly. I just don't know. I just don't remember.
It'd be cool if you guys he's so into Platonism and Pythagoreanism and things like that. I think that if you guys like honed your conversation just to kind of like those topics and just like the holographic universe and the fine structure constant. Also, he's like fluent in like Pali, Greek, Russian. Like he knows like language like crazy. He's also dumped and reproduced a bunch of old books and put them online for everyone for free.
That's good.
Good. I wonder, he did this. Can I share?
Well, I don't know. I need to go. I got a long line of people waiting. I need to get to them.
Oh, okay, no problem. If you got more people going, then don't worry about it. But I can send you. I have one of his books on magnetism, and he's got some crazy drawings and experiments that he's done, and so much of it is revolving around phi, the fine structure constant, pi, and all that stuff. I just think you'd find it interesting.
I'll check it out. You can send it to the email you just responded to.
Okay, killer.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that.
Hey, no problem.
All right, Jason, I'm gonna move on to the next one.
All right, thanks, bro.
All right, I got 2 people in the studio. Jason M, you next. I can't see a picture of you though. I got Tartarian Truth and Penny Whistle. That's a new one, Penny Whistle. Jeff M, come on the stage, man. Jeff, you there?
I'm here, Jason. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you fine. I can hear you fine. Well, not now. You just exited the studio. I'm gonna put you back in there. Add the stage.
No,
Jeff,
yeah, my mic's on. I'm there. Jason,
yeah, man, we're having some technical difficulties.
Jason,
with you, bro.
I'm having trouble with the camera.
I see that. Go ahead.
I can talk. You can hear me?
Yeah, don't worry about the camera, man.
Okay. Anyway, Jason, I'm about your age. I've been following you for a while. And first thing, I'd like to ask you a question, and then maybe I might want to add a comment. When I first started listening to you, I researched all the stuff you're saying, and it was just blowing me away, all your ideas and what you'd come up with, and everything you're saying is checking out. The most interesting, wild thing to me that you said one time when I was first listening to you is that the ground would go up and down, like say the area of the Giza Plateau or the site in Peru that had been lifted up, and you said there's evidence to show it. So I looked closely. But before my comment, I'd like to know more. Like, what made you think that the Giza Plateau? And I believe you. I've looked. The more I've looked into this now, I'm convinced you're right. And there's a lot more data that supports what you're saying. But I'm interested to hear first, where did you come up with this theory and this evidence to explain the rise and fall of the Giza Plateau?
Jamie Robbins, you behave, bro. Listen, man. On Twitter, I posted the photograph of a fossil that was found under the sand, but it was attached to the top of a block at the Great Pyramid. On the Great Pyramid itself, a submarine fossil. All right. So I've also published Frederick Norton Lewis's material where he says that when he visited the Great Pyramid site, it was covered in seashells. He said seashells were everywhere. This was in 1740s. So also I've gone over the material where geologists support the idea that the North African plate in an earthquake subsided about 200 feet. 200 feet doesn't sound like a lot when you're talking about an entire continent, but 200 feet would put the Great Pyramid 200 feet underwater. So So we have the Mediterranean rushing in, which we have ancient accounts of the Mediterranean being completely flooding out. We have the evidence of a tsunami that started at the Pillars of Hercules and worked its way across Sardinia, worked its way all the way to Malta. In Malta, we have 30 to 50 ton blocks that were all blown in one direction from west to east. They've been photographed. I have a book right here. David Hatcher Childers talks about them. It says all these structures were blown off of Malta, and they're seen all in pieces on the ocean floor, as if a tsunami at great speed had just taken the entire civilization of Malta out. Well, we have authors like Walter Pittman and his co-author that wrote about the Black Sea flood was the flood of Noah, when they're really writing about the same event. The Black Sea was created the same time the Mediterranean Sea was. There could be no other way because they're attached at exact sea level through the Dardanelles. So the seas had to be created at the same time, which would have been 2239 BC, which is the exact time that we have for the North African plate all of a sudden experiencing subsidence. Whatever earthquake affected the North African plate, it also broke the Pillars of Hercules and allowed the Atlantic to flood in, because over 200 stone cities have been found in the Mediterranean area. The Mediterranean was never a sea. It was never salt water. It was a series of freshwater lakes. It was forested. And the last residual pieces of that great timber area was the cedars of Lebanon, which went out all the way up into the mountains of Syria. So there's a tremendous amount of data about the Mediterranean being a very recent creation. It's not old at all. And the problem is that it happened right around the advent of writing, because Minoan Linear A and Minoan Linear B are products that are ex post facto creations by survivors or the descendants of survivors after a systemic collapse. That systemic collapse was 2239 BC. So Frank Joseph has some really compelling material talking about the year 2240 BC and how 30 scientists from all over the world came together, a multidisciplinary approach, and they published their conclusion in 1998 that in the year or about 2240 BC, the entire world virtually died. Now, this is the Great Flood event that I talk about all the time. The day the sky fell, the collapse of the vapor canopy, the biblical flood of Noah, 2239 BC. It was the 1656th year of the pre-flood world. This was a phoenix cataclysm. In old documents, it's referred to as the Typhon flood. Typhon was the same thing that destroyed ancient Egypt and left us the intermediate period. The Egyptians don't like to admit that their history mirrors everybody else's histories. So they don't call it a flood period. They call it an intermediate period where for 300 years there was absolutely no history, no kings, no development. It's the same thing. It was during this period that the North African plate was underwater. And this is why in the days of Menes in the early 1900s BC that Egypt had a new name. It was called the Raised Land. It's because another earthquake happened 340 years after the flood, and the entire North African plate ascended back again 200 feet, lifting the bottom parts of the Giza Plateau out of the seawater and leaving that entire area as a desert, creating the delta region called the Nine Bows. So it's you would have to go into my Phoenix playlist to see a lot more information about the whole area of the Great Pyramid being underwater, but there are even references to the pyramid being underwater in Al-Biruni. I believe it's right here. This is Ibn Battuta. I'm sorry. This is a different Arab scholar. I have Al-Biruni as well. He wrote Travels of the Ancient World or Travels of the Nations of the World, something like that. But he wrote that this was 1,000 years ago. Al-Biruni wrote that the brown stain of the surface of the ancient Mediterranean was still visible on the Great Pyramid. The problem is over 250 years after he wrote that, earthquakes destroyed the surface of the Great Pyramid. So local Muslims wanting to rebuild Cairo and put ballast under the roads in the desert and all that went and stripped all the casing stones off. that the Great Pyramid used to be covered in white casing stones is easily provable now, because 4 of them are still in situ at the base of the monument for everybody to see. And I show these on my channel as well. But yeah, the David Davidson, engineer in 1926, even determined that the Great Pyramid has too much of a water content. It's way more than would be natural for a structure that had been in a desert for a long period of time. It's as if the lower parts of the pyramid, the limestone, was saturated for centuries, and the Muslims under Al-Mamun even wrote that they had removed salt crystals from the walls that were all encaped in all the tunnels in order to get through in their travels in the year 820 AD. So there's a lot of evidence that the Great Pyramid, or at least half of the structure, was underwater.
Hey, Jason, thank you so much for that. And I really, because I've listened to every one of your shows, but I just wanted to hear more in depth. And I'm impressed as heck with that list of data that you just gave. And just something you didn't say, which for people to understand, is the pyramids, when they were built, would have had to have been built on dry land, and those conditions didn't exist. So your theory is the only explanation that could explain how you get a pyramid built, and then you get all this evidence of it going underwater, and then now you have a situation where it's above water again, and you have all these residues and the sand everywhere. So it's the only thing that makes sense. And I'd like to say something to you. This is just great that I got a chance to tell you this in person, which is the one thing I've seen a few other guys who have said, who came up with this theory, but these are like hundreds of years ago. But I have the benefit of having more data and having Google Maps, but I'm seeing evidence, or I'm seeing a connection to where if there's a Phoenix event and the Earth gets as hot as you claim and the evidence claims, that it would expand. And if it does, the water level would fall proportionally. So we have this illusion of the sea level going down because the Earth is actually getting so big. The amount of water on the Earth is staying the same. And so that's something, if the Earth expands, gets hot, and then all the ice melts away, and then later it cools and contracts, that's something I think that may be playing into the Phoenix cycle. And I've even gone so far as to ask some engineer physicist friends, like, if all these natural hydrocarbons, natural gas hydrocarbons, methane hydrates, if all this stuff just blew up at once or ignited at once, could this be a cause? And could that cause be something like every 138 years, there's something cosmically, some ignition, and if it connects at the right time and sets all these things off, a chain of reaction could happen where all the internal gases, flammables that build up over hundreds of years or whatever could start an expansion event. So I just wanted to share that with you. That's where my research has been in looking at things. I've been looking at the Google underwater maps where the ancient riverbeds are and looking for more evidence that kind of connects things up. And for me, I'm convinced you're right. There's more, there's not really evidence of an ice age. There's more of an evidence of the Earth is just heating up for an epoch during a Phoenix event and then cooling. And I'm just wanting you to know that everything, I'm looking at a very parallel track to you. But it's all sort of matching up with what you're saying. So that was what I wanted to say. Thank you for letting me say that, brother.
Cool, man. Appreciate it. I will turn you on to the fact that I don't know if you can Google the information. I don't know how easily accessible it is, but it has been recently divulged that geologists have published that 2 new riverbeds have been found like 200 feet below the surface of the Mediterranean, showing that the Mediterranean is very recent. So you may be able to find that information pretty easily.
Thank you so much, Jason. It's been a pleasure to be able to talk with you.
All right, man. Check you out. See what old Shem Jacobs got to talk about. Mr. Tartarian Truth, turn your mic on.
What's going on? Thanks for having me. Thanks for taking the call.
Man, you know I wasn't going to ignore you. You popped up in my chat.
So I have a couple questions, but first off, we can start with some history, maybe. So, what do you have any opinion on why Herodotus decided to start his histories with the story of Candoles and Gyges? Is there any significance to that?
Did you say Herodotus? Who?
Herodotus.
You talking about like
Herodotus, you know, the historian.
I'm not really sure what you're talking about, Shem.
book-
Herodotus or Herodotus, however you pronounce him, was 450 BC. Jesus would have been 480 years later.
No, not Jesus. He starts book one of his series talking about the story of Gyges and Candoles. Are you familiar?
Gyges, giant. You're talking about giant Gyges.
Yeah, with the Lydians.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. One, I don't know why you'd be curious about that. And two, I don't know. I don't quite remember the beginning of Herodotus. Herodotus is a massive book. It's this thick. It's in fine print. I probably read it 12 years ago, and I pulled out a bunch of information that I thought was fascinating, like his main quote that he's famous for. I record what people say, but I am by no means bound to believe it. So he's got some really good material, but his material's been taken too far. It's been taken way too far. Herodotus only theorized based off what Egyptians told him about who built the pyramid, and later on, a whole bunch of scholars decided to fabricate evidence to show that Herodotus was actually right when it's not what Herodotus claimed. He claimed Egyptians told him that. So, you know, there's a lot of manipulation with his text, but overall, he's still the father of history in scholarship because his book is probably, without his book, we wouldn't know much about the ancient world.
Yeah, it's interesting because it seems like a lot of the mainstream historians take it out of context and claim that he was the one saying it, like you were saying, but he says openly in the book that this was hearsay. You know what I mean? But they always leave that out when they're describing it. But the reason I was asking is because the story of Gyges and Candoles reminds me of kind of the story of, you know, Cronus and Uranus, the way one of them comes to power from sneaking up behind the other one with a blade and, you know, killing them. But it's interesting because the Lydians are also known to be the first people to use money, which could tie into the whole aspect of Jewish history or who they truly were as a people, since they did, you know, associate themselves with the oracles as well.
Well, I mean, they are attached to the richest person that ever existed, according to the historical record. I can't know the story of the Gordian knot. What's the guy's name? King Croesus or Croesus.
Yeah, Croesus.
Yeah, the richest guy that ever lived was a Lydian.
Yeah, and he was upset because he went to the oracle and, you know, asked who, you know, if a great empire would fall if they attacked the Persians, but he didn't continue to ask the right questions, right? Very interesting story. But he ended up being saved.
So my question to you is what the fuck you doing on my channel, man?
I figured I'd give you the chance if you wanted to, you know, either make the tables even, since I've made fun of you a bit. Feel free to make fun of me. Or
listen, man, I got thick skin, and let me tell you something. You and the boys have basically made me famous. Now, I will say this. In a private email, you did make a comment, and truth be told, my discovery paperwork, I have the discovery paperwork for those guys, man, that, you know, Dave Knuckles and all that, you know, Jay Dreamers did write a fucking letter to the judge. It's in the discovery paperwork, you know, trying to make me look bad. But you made a comment, and you're absolutely correct. I'm going to tell you now, there's no paperwork in there that you were involved in getting me put in jail. So I will say that right there. That you may be a prick, you may be an ass, but you know what?
I'm not a snitch.
You didn't have anything to do with that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I didn't think that you deserved to go to jail. You served your time, which brings me to my next question. You know, after spending 26 years in prison, it just doesn't make much sense to me why you're not more proud of what you've accomplished, and you kind of focus on the negatives all the time, which is one of the things I point out in a lot of my videos. So,
I'm only human, man. I'm only human. There's no mystery to that whatsoever, man. I'm only human. It's a good question, but you can't separate me from the psychology of the human family. I'm still the same. I'm gonna put my underwear on. Sometimes it's gonna be backwards. I'm gonna cuss. You know what? I'm just human, man. It's a, yeah, 26 years in prison did not steal my spirit at all. It turned me into a fighter. I don't care what the battlefield is. I'm going to adjust to it. But you're absolutely right. I do feel fucked up about a lot of the conditions, because I was really literally going to sign for 90 days boot camp, and then something else happened, and a whole series of events all beyond my deal. So I just don't, you know what? I have every reason in the world to be bitter and to hate humanity. But for what? All that did was get me put in ad seg. All that did was get me put on close custody. All that did was get me put in administrative cell restriction. All that did was get guards putting their sticks on me. You know what I mean? Handcuffing me to a chair for 3 days and not feeding me until I obeyed. Listen, man, that shit doesn't work. You're not going to fight the system. It has a lot to do with it has a lot to do with my personality today. It said, I believe that we're observers here. This system isn't meant to be fought against. Yeah, every incident of revolution that I've gone deep into in studying the history of the human family has all been a psyop. The more I uncover, the more I see psyop everywhere. I said, none of this is real. American Revolution wasn't real. Civil War wasn't real. The French Revolution, none of that was real. You'd already know the Bolshevik Revolution wasn't real. Every bit of this is psyop. This is a construct that has controllers. Therefore, I must make the necessary adjustments, that I must be here for something else. I'm not here to fight a system. I'm here to benefit from navigating it. And that's my principal message. And that's why you and a bunch of people that are like you, that like to take your shots, you're not really getting under my skin. You're kind of empowering me, because you already know, you're a smart guy too, man. You already know that you have sent a huge amount of people to my channel who were looking for one thing but found something else, and they stayed.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I've always
Nothing wrong with that at all. Absolutely, nothing wrong with that at all. But I'm also convinced, because of our emails about 10 months ago, that you aren't who you say you are. You know, if I was to find out that you are working for the ADL, it would not even surprise me. Nor would I lose any sleep over it. Wouldn't even care. If I found out you were Israeli Mossad and that you were funding Old World Florida, Chalk Body Outline, and everybody else, none of that would surprise me. I'm not going to, I know you did that video, that hit piece on Santos Bonacci, and I know that you put at the end of that video that this video was done by Jason of Archaix. And I know that you convinced this moron, because he doesn't even know that he's been used by you multiple times. But Jason Tice J Dreamers at first was a friend of mine, until his true colors started coming out, and I even offered to help him, and he turned on me. And then I found out, wow, every time Tartarian Truth rears up, so does Jason Tice. Look at this. And then you had him do that video. You know what? I wasn't dumb, dude. I wasn't dumb.
Yeah.
Jason Tice might not have figured out what you were doing, but I figured it out, and I was cool with that. Hey, you found the right fall guy, because Jay Dreamers really is an idiot. There's no doubt.
Well, I have to say that there was no connection between myself and Jay Dreamers. The only time I've ever really even seen him around is he comments on my videos sometimes.
Yeah, I laughed when Jay Dreamers showed the video, and 10 times in the video tried to get people to watch it all the way to the end. It was very important to him that everybody watched it all the way to the end, and yet he never told anybody it was at the end, which you put. This video was done by Jason of Archaix. I put it all together, bro. It's you know what?
What's funny is you made a video talking about the Daniel Mamhaeg guy, and you were referring to that video, but you didn't realize it because you didn't watch that video all the way to the end. Because you're referring to that documentary, but you said you were using it as information, but you said that there's no value to be had whatsoever from anything I put out, right? But you were using the documentary that was put out for that information without knowing.
Listen, man, I'm not going to sit here and try to separate all the fact from fiction, because you guys are genius at what you do, and I have no problem with the cat and mouse games. But what is real and what is not on YouTube, I don't even concern myself with. I don't care what's psyop and what's not. To me, it's a chess game. It's a chess game, and I'm not going to stop playing it. And no matter what the ante is, I'm a gambling man. But I do see that you're very, very good at picking your pawns, because that's what they are. This is a chess game, and I've seen exactly how you put other people at the forefront, but it always has the signature of Tartarian truth. Always.
That's hilarious.
You're not gonna fool me, bro.
I think you're just overthinking it a little bit, but
I'm not overthinking anything.
You should definitely consider taking your advice about playing the chess game. Just like you were saying earlier, if you would just focus on your research and yourself without, constantly calling out these other guys, you probably would have already been on Joe Rogan by now. Had you never
Listen, I don't need listen, being on Joe Rogan,
listen, I know,
seriously, being on Joe Rogan right now is counterproductive. Joe Rogan's getting a really bad reputation for having a bunch of shills on his channel. And listen, the only way I would ever go on, Joe Rogan could contact me today. He could do it live on his own podcast and show the whole world. If the man contacted me today and wanted to do a one-on-one interview with me, I'm just going to tell him no. I said, dude, you got guilt by association. You got all these fucking idiots. You sitting there. No, you're not going to have me on the idiot platform. But if he asked me to come on his show to confront Graham Hancock or to confront Billy Carson, I will do that. But now, just to be a guest, those days are over with. I've already got the community that I want. I've already got critical thinkers that I want, and I'm also quite aware that there are people like Gaia willing to pay people like you to continually harass me, to shut me up, and to stop me from doing these call-outs. These people don't understand me. Listen, Shim. Even if that's your real name, it's probably not.
It's not.
I'm going to tell you now. Listen. I'm very comfortable where I'm at right now.
Good.
But if I do get pushed, I can come up with some amazing material that would completely dissect all these guys' research. It's nothing for me to do that. I just don't really expend that type of energy. I really don't care. My community is the only thing that's really important to me. Anything outside of that, man, I'm not worried about it. Just not even worried about it anymore. It's I'm doing good today. I'm doing good, and I'm not even at war. All my war talk and all that, I haven't really been doing that. I just vent every once in a while. But if I was to really be at war, I said, if I was just to really pick out Graham Hancock, I would completely, absolutely embarrass that man using his own material. I would do it publicly, and I would force him to come to the table because my videos would be so dissecting. I have absolute confidence. I have absolute confidence in my ability, but I don't want to. I don't even care. I don't even care, man. It's a waste of time.
I agree. I don't understand what the end game is behind that, because instead of, just going on Joe Rogan and influencing more people with the material that you do have, what would be the end goal of confronting Graham Hancock if that's not the end goal?
So you're saying going on Joe Rogan would be a step in the direction of actually having a real professional debate with Mr. Hancock?
No. What I'm saying is that you've put all this work into it. You have all this material. There's no reason for you to not go onto Joe Rogan and do the right thing, which you seem to do. You were putting out books for free for everyone to download. You do good things for people. So why would you not go on Joe Rogan and explain your message to people when you could get millions of views out to random people and change the world if you want to make the world a better place?
I don't know, man. But do you work for Gaia, or do you work for Joe Rogan?
No, I have a pretty normal job, but
cool. All right.
I don't do anything like that, but yeah, man.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think you have a misconception of what's going on, but I do appreciate you taking the call tonight and being willing to have a conversation. That's pretty awesome.
Oh man, you know what? I'd have Chalk Body Outline on here if he'd got in the email, if he'd have dropped the box. You know what I mean? You know what? I don't care. I'm so far beyond all that. I know we can find common ground, but I'm not gonna lie. I've also laughed at some of those stupid ass videos. So
the very first one where you were showing off your garage, that was a pretty funny one. But yeah, I mean, overall, man, no hard feelings. I just think you're funny. The point of my videos is mostly to show you what I think you should stop doing if you really want the success that you at least portray that you think that you deserve, which, you do just as much work as anyone else. So if they deserve it, then I guess you would have to say that you deserve it as well. That's my point of view.
I get that. I get that, man. I appreciate you coming on here and saying that, and I'll give it some consideration. And if that opportunity ever arises, I'll probably just be as civil as I am now. But you have to separate the fact that I'm a known venter. I'm gonna vent on YouTube, and I don't always mean exactly what I say. I'm also a community guy, and before I make a big move, I'm always asking my community what they think about it first. So I would probably take a vote from my community before I engaged in some of that. And if the vote comes out that being on Joe Rogan would actually be very counterproductive because he's really got a terrible lineup lately, and I don't want to be included in that. So it's almost by design. So
yeah, I don't blame you for that at all. But yeah, it was just fun to talk. Appreciate you. Shout out to the chat. And,
all right,
I'm gonna get back to enjoying my night.
All right, we'll go ahead and get that next video ready.
I'll see you later, man. Peace.
All right. I'm going to pull in some more people in the chat. I'm about to drop a link in. Oh, is that Jamie Robbins? Listen, man, don't come on here. Fire and Hill Water. Oh, there's some one tucks, man. I just saw the one tucks. I'm dropping more links right now in the chat. Dropping links. Adam Cook, one tucks. Dropping links. Oh, come on, man. Why couldn't you send it? Okay, there it is. Moving too fast. Jamie Robbins. My buddy. All right. Dropping links. Jonathan Sherman. Calling y'all out. So y'all know that you just had a link sent to you. Eric Zobel. I hope I pronounced that right. Aaron Sotelo. I'm dropping a bunch of links to see who shows up. Some people aren't listening right now. Julia Brosman. All right, dropping several links. I'm about to pull people on the screen. Let me drop a couple more links. Let's see. Edwin. Oh, you don't have a webcam set up right now? Okay. Let's see. Brian. I think I dropped about 7 or 8 links just now. John X. See who showed up now. All right. That's done with. Oh, we got somebody waiting. Who is this? Penny Whistle?
Why, hello, and my apologies for the amount of times my network has crashed on me and possibly left you a little bit wondering what the hell was going on. Hello from New Zealand. Scholar to scholar, thank you for what you do. I was starting to go crazy with how much the masses did not believe what I was finding out studying ancient languages. So, different data points, same answer. I like your simulation theory. I just think it's bigger and more insidious than what you're suggesting.
Okay. So basically what you are stating right now is that you agree that we're in some type of mathematical construct jacked into the central nervous system, and by virtue of this interface, we're perceiving what is to us physical reality. But the only difference between what I'm presenting and what you're saying you believe is that I believe it extends to the hologram of the stellosphere, which is like inside of a Dyson shell. This is what I believe. You're saying that you think that the simulation extends all the way into the solar system, cosmos, and goes off into the galaxy.
Correct.
Okay, I've heard it before. I'm not unfamiliar with that idea. So neither one of us can either approve or disapprove. All I can tell you is that based off the myriads of information that I've come in contact with, the sky is just optics. I haven't seen any evidence that we can get to it. So I can't disprove that the simulation continues. I just can't. I used to think that we went to the moon. Then that kind of fell apart when I found out how pissed off the astronauts were the day they got back. And I was like, why are you mad? Y'all supposed to be happiest men in the world. Not only did you make it back, but you did something nobody else has ever done. Yet all of them are mad as fuck and pissed off. So it didn't make sense to me until later on I started realizing it was a hoax. But so I don't know. It's interesting, but it's nothing we can argue over. It's
the reason I don't believe we're being allowed to get beyond our skies to see the rest is because they don't want us finding out that the hologram is only the size of the Milky Way, and all those other galaxies we're seeing are just the painting on the edge of the glass, so to speak.
Okay. I definitely can't provide any information to the contrary. It's just, you could be right. The simulation could extend as far. To me, if we're in a construct, I feel that everything in the architecture of deceit, such as lunar phases, all these things that we see, they're designed to deceive us into believing there's a lot more out there. I feel that the sky is a perfect backdrop of deception because it's like a multi-tiered hologram where even parallax can be mimicked because it's all holographic.
Oh, I totally agree.
If it did extend all the way to the whole, and the whole Milky Way was the sim, I don't see much of a difference. The only difference is it's a difference in degree, not a difference in belief. We're still believing the same thing.
Agreed. And that's why I was hoping you'd have this debate, because my theory comes from the experiments done from extracting energy from the vacuum, where iron sand was placed in a sealed glass chamber with magnetic poles around the outside, and it generated electricity. So that spinning iron inside the glass cylinder looked and produced the same amount of light as our Milky Way does.
Okay.
Was to say the simulation isn't a greater being's attempt to turn the immortal soul into what we use coal for. And that's why the AI deliberately deceives us so much in an attempt to break our immortal soul down, just like we break coal down into fire and smoke.
Okay. Tell you what, I'll pull my pipe out for this one. Tell you what.
Oh, thank goodness. I need a cigarette.
Pull my pipe out for this one. I'll tell you, this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that it doesn't matter our erudition. It doesn't matter how intelligent we become or how more knowledgeable we become about our own situation, because we'll never be able to go beyond a 400-year-old statement from the Renaissance, where people thinking about the very things you and I are thinking about right now, about reality, they wrote 400 years ago that the all is present in the parts. You just described that to me, but from a different vantage, a totally different perspective, saying that an experiment was done in a vacuum where the amount of light was equal in magnitude to the light of the universe itself, right? So it's the exact same thing with the cell in the human body. The genetic material that can be pulled out of a single cell in your body actually has the genome for the whole body itself. So this is what we find in atomic structure, or at least in atomic theory. We find out that there's this really weird field that science doesn't admit exists, but it has to exist in order for us to understand this concept, that like a military veteran has their foot chopped off or blown off, and yet without a foot they still feel their toes, and they still feel that they can move their toes, but that part of their anatomy is gone. But there's memory in the field, but there's nothing there. So what I'm saying is the all is present in its parts. If we're dealing with a macrocosm that is an exact reflection of the microcosm, then that means we are 100% in a hologram, because it's in a holo field that you can take out one single piece of the holo field and it's going to contain all the coding for the rest of the entire holo field. This is a holographic structuring is like an endless looping Mandelbrot set. What little piece you can take out and remove is going to contain all the kinetics, all the physics, all the arithmetic of the whole. So the all is present in its parts. So what I'm saying is I really think you and I probably believe the exact same thing, and it's only a difference in degree. It's that degree is how far can we push our present awareness into the field. Maybe I can't press it very far into the field because I'm already solidified in my belief that the stellosphere is a holographic field for which there is no penetration. It's a part of the exterior of the program. But maybe you have evolved beyond that, and mentally you can go far beyond. Because remember, it's a spiritual quality. I can't be a hypocrite and tell you that the three main spiritual qualities are intuition, or empathy, and imagination. These are the things that connect you to Godhead, the things that connect you to Source. I can't be a hypocrite and tell you that these are the things that connect you to Source and then turn around and deny that you can use imagination and travel far beyond anything that I've imagined. You follow me?
I most definitely do, and thank you so much.
I can agree that you're right. At the exact same time that I can agree that in my own paradigm, I haven't got that far yet.
You most definitely are one of the few scholars that I can truly admire. I very much respect your work, and thank you for such a enlightened debate that you don't get amongst the simple masses.
Yeah, well, I'm not trying to debate you on it, but I will say that calling me a scholar in today's scholastic environment is almost an insult. So yeah, I'm good.
So I appreciate you understood what I meant, the term I meant it in. The old code of scholar, not the Barbie girl version we have today.
Yeah, I think if I was to be alive 12 centuries ago or so, I probably would have been a bard. But
let's be honest, you probably would have been burnt at the stake like the rest of us witches. I know I have memories of it.
Yeah, no doubt. I would have been a bard first, and then I would have been a barbecue. Yeah, probably. You're right.
Hey, don't worry. I know I was a barbecue in that cycle through.
All right. Well, hey, Penny Whistle, I got 7 people lined up here, so I need to go.
Enough.
I got people to bring in.
Thank you for the opportunity to discuss theory.
Awesome.
Blessed be. Merry met.
All right, so we got Brian in here, Adam, Julia. Everybody's just popping in. Hey, turn your mics off. Turn your mics off, except for Brian. Brian, you can have your mic on. You guys turn your mics off so you don't overlap.
Jason, how's it going? I'm trying to present my screen, if that's okay. If you can.
I don't know. I don't know if you're going to be able to because I can't even see. I don't think your camera's working, but you can try.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to share my screen. And it says I am. I haven't really used StreamYard before, but if there's some.
Yeah, it's not sharing. It's there's a present button at the bottom.
Okay, let me try that again real quick. But yeah, thanks for having me. Did that show up anything?
No, yeah. As long as your camera's not working, I don't think it's going to let you share.
Well, anyway, I have some questions that maybe are going to be best used with a calculator. It's about yeah, kind of the end times. So I'm wondering if I would be alive in 2106. So I was born June 30th, 87.
Okay.
And the Bible or wherever says the days of a man are 120 years. So 2106 with regular years should be, I'd be 116.
Okay, look, I'm gonna simplify this for you before you complicate it. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. 2106 is 82 years into the future. However, if we're going to take the book of Revelation seriously, which I believe is a playbook because it's already happened before, if we're going to take it seriously, then exactly on the last 60 years, exactly 1/3 of time is removed. We know this because it's very specific. It says the day, the night, the sun, the moon, and the stars, all reduced by 1/3. So Second Esdras complements that by talking about how time has changed and there's a quickening and babies are being born already talking, coming out the womb, making noises and running around, and there's just a change to human biology. So 82 years to 2106, but it's only 62 years if we remove that 1/3. There's 20 years being removed from the timeline. And in Revelation we have more comportment because it says as soon as the dragon realizes that his time has been made short, he's in wrath and he instantly goes to war. So I'm going to say that from today in 2024, you have 62 years until 2106. But I'm not. 2106 to me is not the end date. 2106 is something else happening. I think the real end date that you're really looking for is 2070.
Okay, so that would be, yeah, the Exodus, I guess.
Exodus, absolutely.
Assuming that I would be one of the souls to make it out. I hope so. Well, what about the return of the vapor canopy? Would that add longevity to people existing? And if you say had a child after the vapor canopy, would they be bigger?
Okay, I can only provide. First of all, we have historical examples in the traditional record, and we have eschatology. So, and I can provide you a picture of merging the two together. For example, we do have the testimony of Hesiod, which is very unusual. And we know that the Ogygian deluge cataclysm was the separation between two ages in Hesiod. But Hesiod does something that no other ancient chronographers did. He inserted a new age of the giants and heroes. And he even said it was a very short period of time. And it was right before the Trojan War. And it ended with the Trojan War, which was another cataclysm. It was a Phoenix episode that started the Great Mediterranean Dark Age that lasted 300 years, which is the reason why Homer, Hesiod, and Theognis didn't appear until the 8th century BC, because it was 300 years after this massive cataclysm that the Greek culture began waking back up. So this small period of time mentioned by Hesiod of the return of the giants and the heroes was because of the Ogygian deluge initiated a 25-year darkness. It was during this exact period Hesiod's talking about that this new age appeared of heroes and giants. Well, If we go by the historical model, then the vapor canopy was when the Nephilim appeared in Genesis chapter 6. We have the giants of the pre-flood world appearing under a vapor canopy. Was a vapor canopy the entire 1656 years of the pre-flood world? We don't know, and I'm willing to bet there were two vapor canopies. One that started in one that ended in 3895 BC with the Adam and Eve reset, and then one that ended again in 2239 BC, which was the 1656 year. So going by the historical record and then adding it to the eschatological prophecy, we do have a vapor canopy in the book of Revelation. I just did a whole video showing the passages where it's talking about this huge change in the sky and the change in the world. And we have the record of 1st and 2nd Esdras, which tells us also about these changes that happen in the tribulation period. So I'm going to have to answer that based off what we know from the scientific record of the two scientists on Martinique in 1902 who grew 2 inches each in their 50s, one of them was in their early 60s, just because they were in contact with ambient radiation after a volcanic eruption. They were there for about 5 months. In that 5 months, they grew 2 inches. These men were already late in life. So I'm going to have to say that in the tribulation period, children are going to be growing because it's the quickening. It's not just a vapor canopy. It's not just volcanism.
Right.
We also have the quickening, which is the day becoming 16 hours and the year becoming 243 days instead of 365.25. Everything is reduced by a third. So we have a combination of the return of the vapor canopy, which makes everything grow bigger and faster, and you heal almost instantaneously. And then you also have the this quickening, and we really don't know what the quickening is going to do, because now we have a combination of the Phoenix phenomenon with the Nemesis X presence. Yeah, this has only happened one time in the entire history of the world, and it was total systemic reset in 522 AD, the great 25-year Justinian darkness. It started what we know of as the Dark Ages. It literally started humanity all over again. So it's a real hard question to answer. I can only answer it by the precedents of the traditional record and the eschatological record. And when we combine these two, we're looking at a period from 2040 to 2046 of great earth changes and absolute silence. This is what Revelation says: absolute silence and no wind. There's no wind. Something is happening to the atmosphere. It's a period of darkness. It's going into a new Kali Yuga type period, a dark age tribulation period. 2040 to 2046 is mass human migrations. This is what Nostradamus said, even dated it in between 2040 and 2046. Mass human migrations. And then in 2046, this is when an epic change happens to our calendars. 2046 is the end of the Mayan long count. The Mayan prophecies are very specific. Time itself will collapse when the calendar reaches 13.0.0.0.0. That is 2046, November 1st to be precise. That's the Day of the Dead in the ancient world. So, like I said, it's a very difficult thing to answer in the specific, but in the general, it looks like the reason that Revelation is talking about men will want to die and they can't, and they will pray into God for death, but death will flee from them, is because not only is the vapor canopy healing people extremely fast, new atmospheric pressure, ambient light, ambient radiation, ultraviolet light, humans are now at their genetic potential. They're healing super fast when these plagues hit, when this darkness hits, when the radiation hits, when atmospheric fallout, earthquakes, volcanic activity. Even the animals are said in Revelations to attack humanity. So while this is happening, humans are rapidly healing, but now we have rapid healing combined with whatever the Nemesis X object quickening does as well. And this is why throughout the tribulation period, the wheat and the chaff are separated. This is why all of a sudden there is a massive move. it's like the oversoul does something unexpected and hurries up and does his harvest to remove all those who are supposed to make their exodus, because those still standing on the ground are about to go through some bullshit.
Right. So the Antichrist, he's probably, or whatever that title would be, the beast, he's probably alive today, or going to take the stage around 2046, or no, is that date correct?
I don't know, but I think in the year 2070, the exodus of those matured immortal souls that have already finished their life sim cycles, that are leaving the construct, those who have become a part of the monument of man, those who are now becoming a part of the great pillar for which the Great Pyramid is a symbol of, that are worthy to support the chief cornerstone and make their exodus and leave the construct and not come back in the sim cycle series. It is my belief, and I have this in Chronicon as well, that 2070, which is a Phoenix number, it's divisible by 138. The year 2070 is when these are taken out of the construct to await an event in 2106 when the chief cornerstone returns. This is keystone geometry. It's 36 years of great tribulation period in preparation for the final war, the Ragnarok, or Ragnarok, however you want to pronounce it, the great battle of Armageddon. This is a 36-year period where the beast kingdom takes over, but you need to divorce yourself from the Judeo-Christian programming, because the book of Revelation is not describing a monstrous ruler. It's not describing someone who is going to be known for having horns and a false prophet who's evil. None of that obtains. What the book of Revelation is truly describing is a spiritual beast, meaning this person is probably going to claim to be Jesus Christ himself and perform miracles and do all the things he's supposed to do, and then get in trouble, and then on the third day be crucified at the exact same time as all these people make their exodus. And it's going to be made to look like this guy, this imposter, just initiated this exodus when it's not. This is the great deception. In the book of Revelation, it says that they are going to be made to believe a lie. And the lie is sent from the oversoul. They're going to be given the very thing that they've invested their faith in. This is the cult of the crucified God. And Christianity is going to receive 100% what they want. But it's going to be a beast. It's going to be a false savior, but it's all going to be made to look real. And then only after the event is over with, and all the redeemed and the elect and the chosen, those who have, remember, Revelation has a theme. To he who overcometh, I will make a pillar in the temple of my God. To he who overcometh, I will give him to taste of the hidden manna. The Christian mysteries are telling you that if you're a part of the monument of man, you're going to be free of this great deception, this great lie that's going to fool the whole world. The only lie that can really fool the whole world is a returned Jesus who goes through all the miracles and all the sacrifices and gets crucified, because the crucifixion itself is what is it called? The something desolation. I forgot. It's mapped out in the book of Daniel, but it is the abomination of desolation. Why is the crucifixion of a fake Jesus on a cross called the abomination of desolation? It's called that because that's exactly what it is. For a spiritual being to actually believe that a human sacrifice was necessary to secure its spiritual immortality is crazy. Only the God of this world, only a predator versus prey ecosphere could produce such a bloody and murderous concept. But we've been brainwashed to believe it, especially me. I spent my whole life as a Southern Baptist, and I bought into that model. And I truly believe in the cult of the crucified God. I believe I'm washed in the blood of the Lamb. But when you really break everything down in the book of Revelation and you use the tools that the book of Revelation is meant to be used with, which is cross-referencing every statement in Revelation with its other biblical, especially Old Testament counterparts, you realize the beast itself is a fake savior, and the abomination of desolation is a fake sacrifice. And this is what's going to fool the whole world, but it's going to be too late. So what the Battle of Armageddon truly is not a holy redeemer returning to fight an evil antichrist. This is the Judeo-Christian Jewish version that was specifically designed to deceive you. What's really going to happen is that true spiritual redeemed individuals are going to fight on the side of a true Logos who's going to be here to reclaim his title to the world. And they're going to be fighting against a fake Jesus with a whole population of the world who truly believes it's the real Jesus. This is what the Battle of Armageddon is.
Wow. Well, I really appreciate it. Yeah, your breakdown of the timeline of events and all the seals and tying it with the Greek has been, it's been excellent and eye-opening. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Good question. Like I said, you got to go. I lose a lot of the data sometimes with new information. I don't know if you've read, but I've got some very, very deep prophetic material in my Return of the Fallen Ones book, where I literally break down the book of Revelation and show its parallels with ancient Sumerian Akkadian text, show you the Anunnaki, the seven kings, all that. That book right there goes in a lot of details, and I promise you that in my narrative today, I probably forgot a lot of those things that I had put in that book. I wrote that book almost 20 years ago. So it's yeah, like I said, don't take what I say in a video as being the all. It's just what I can remember at present.
Well, very good. Well, thank you, Jason.
Yeah, man.
Let
I'll
someone
let
else
you later.
Yep. Thanks.
All right, let's see here. Where are we at? All right. Hold on. I got to add the stage. All right, Julia, and then Jamie.
Hi, Jason. How are you?
I'm very good. Is this Australian?
No, this is from North Carolina, living in Florida now.
Oh, okay. I should let you talk a little bit more then. All right.
I have a short question, and you've kind of touched on some of this with your previous answers, but I've listened to what you said about Genesis and Revelation being subverted by the Jews, and most of the rest of the Bible is made up completely by the Jews. And I'm having trouble deciphering how would we then use any of their data when we're looking at the timeline. How can we trust any of that?
Well, that's a good question, and I've had to do many presentations to get people to understand the depth of the deceit. I do have a video called 3761 BC Jewish Calendar is Fake or whatever, where I do a video presentation just on the Jewish calendar to show people that it's recently invented. It's new. It's completely made up. There are no historians before 400 years ago that ever used that system, even knew about that system. And I cite all the different rabbis and all the different rabbinical texts, the Talmud, the Jonathan Targum, the Babylonian Targum. There's no references whatsoever. In fact, the oldest Jewish writings use the same system that the earliest Freemason documents, like the Wood manuscript and the Inigo Jones document used, which was the Anno Mundi system. But yeah, it's a good question. It's a really good question, but I can't prove a negative. I just can't prove a negative, meaning that you're asking me to provide evidence that something is not there, and I can't. It's the scriptures. The scriptures may have been written by divine inspiration in some parts, but that divine inspiration wasn't Jewish, because we have word for word copies of ossuaries from Egypt that appeared in the Old Testament. We have Psalms that came straight off of Egyptian wall texts. Yeah, we have whole parts of the Proverbs that scholars have identified as coming off of Egyptian coffins or vases. We have We have the Enema Elish of the Babylonian 7 tablets of creation and the destruction of the dragon Tiamat that created our world. We have it in the first 2 chapters of the book of Genesis, but in a much abbreviated context. We have whole passages throughout the entire Old Testament that were taken from the greatest literature of different civilizations. At Rash Shamra is a series of texts about Davidu the giant slayer. This appeared in the Old Testament as David. David slew Goliath. We also have all the records from ancient Iran, Persia, the Zoroastrian records that talk about the great king Suleiman. Later on, it became Solomon in the Old Testament. We have many different areas of the Old Testament that were taken word for word from Canaanite, Egyptian, and Babylonian texts. And this has been known. Even the story of Adam and Eve isn't accurate in Genesis. Adam and Eve actually comes from Adamu and Kava, which are the 2 terms found in Babylonian cuneiform that describe men and women in the general who had survived some type of hellish disaster, and they found themselves so primitive that they were naked. But when the Jews were in Babylon and rewrote these things, it became Adam and Eve in the garden, and they found themselves naked because God hadn't clothed them, and their nakedness was because of their innocence. But that's not what the Babylonian version, which is far older, shows. It shows that there were technologically advanced people. The serpent in the Hash in Hebrew actually means interpreter. And it means that it means that the very first people, the Adamu and the Kavites, before the flood, they needed help from a benefactor to understand that life could be better and that they were living in primitivism. This is the story of the serpent. This is why the totem societies of the pre-flood world, later on remembered in ancient Americas among the Native Americans, always venerated the serpent as a friend of mankind, because the interpreter was the one that opened up humankind's eyes to realize you're a slave and that your primitivism was created. Your suffering resets and destructions. Yeah, I go into a lot of detail on this scenario in my videos, but the biblical material is still spiritual. There's a lot of spiritual material that can be found in the biblical material. It's almost as if, and you know what, this may be hard for you to buy, but it's almost as if an AI, a very advanced AI, sometime in the past had written all this material, because it knows how to strum our chords. An advanced AI is able to put in a cipher that has a cross-referencing system that even mathematically matches to the Strong's Concordance when you're looking up words and you look up the geometrical value of different words. An AI system would be able to infuse multiple layers of meaning to anything that would be composed later, and then make it look like to a present population that the document is ancient. Yeah, this is why Archaix is an acronym. Advanced Research of Chronological History of Artificial Intelligence X. There's going to come a time when even all my Archaix veterans are absolutely on board with the fact that every single document composed in the history of the world was done by AI. There's going to come a time. But until that time comes, I'm just going to keep dropping the data sets. I'm just going to keep showing you more and more and more. The historical patterns, the cross-calendrical parallels, all the different synchronicities and Mandela effects, all the deja vu incidences that we have, everything. I'm going to just keep producing this material until a significant amount of us just come to the conclusion, okay, shoot, this is where we are. This is where we are. We are literally inside Roko's basilisk.
So would you recommend then, maybe on a personal level, instead of maybe going to the Bible or other books for answers, maybe just, I don't know, where do I go for answers then?
I'm gonna tell you where you go. Listen, I'm gonna tell you where you go. You're gonna go somewhere where nowhere else is around. You're gonna go near a tree, in a forest. Go in your backyard. Go somewhere where you're not gonna have any contact with other humans. And in your alone time, You're just going to be really quiet. And when you're ready, you can talk to the oversoul the same way you're talking to me right now. And I promise you, you will be listened to. You will be listened to. You do not need any type of formulas, prayers, books. You don't need a preacher. You don't need to put money in an offering plate. You don't need any of that dungeon programming. All you need to have a connection to source is a request that is earnest, that you want that connection to source. And I promise you, the oversoul is going to respond very quickly. You're going to see in your life that there is indeed a connection. And then what you do with that phenomena and those incidents, well, then basically, it's basically going to define the trajectory that you're building for yourself. Because sometimes the oversoul can move so fast in our lives that it'll scare the shit out of you, and you will misinterpret it as something else. Many times bad things happen to us, but when we go through that bad things, we find out that it was absolutely necessary. It's like the caterpillar pushing the chrysalis off so it can sprout its wings. This is what prison did for me. I am not the 17-year-old that went into prison. I was released when I was 43. When I was released at 43, I was fundamentally different. I was changed physically, spiritually, psychologically, mentally. So you need to do exactly that. Find that alone space. And in that alone space, you need to just tell the oversoul straight out. And you need to do it the same way I do. Because I'm going to tell you now, I've cussed God out. I gave God the business. I have called God everything but a child of God sometimes when I thought it was necessary. And I even told him, look, man, I know you're bigger than all this, so you can take it. I'm not. So I'm going to give it to you. And I've given God the business. And I'm going to tell you what, I have benefited from it. You know why? Because it's a relationship, and that's all it wants. All it wants is that relationship. And if you're not actively seeking a connection to source, then you're not in that relationship. And if you're not in that relationship, then the oversoul is going to respect that decision, and you're going to be subject to everything you're subject to in the construct. Simple as that. We're prodigal sons and daughters. The parable of the prodigal son stands. That's who you are.
Thank you. You've helped me more than you realize, I think. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, Julia. Till next time.
Thank you.
That's my buddy, Jamie Robbins, right there. How you doing, man?
What's up, Chief?
Man, I can't wait for you to get here. Go hang out.
Yeah, man. I'm excited for it too, man. I'm looking forward to it. Me and Whit both. He's coming down from Colorado sometime next week. He's going to take his time and roll through, spend some time there with you and us and stuff, and then he's going on to his mom's place in Florida. So I don't know his exact dates, but I'm gonna be there for about a week. So hopefully we can get together and chop it up and stuff. But, I got a couple of questions, like a 2 or 3 part question for you. I've been reading about Plutarch, and in the stuff I've been reading, it stated that Plutarch claimed that the Jews worshipped Dionysus, and that the Sabbath was a festival to a god called Sabazios. Are you familiar with that?
Well, I'm familiar. I'm familiar with the whole switch in like the third and the 2nd century BC. You know, I wasn't prepared to talk about this today. A lot of people don't even want to hear it. But
I got you.
They think that you know, the Jews are the people of the Bible, and they don't realize that they're absolutely imposters. They have completely forced themselves straight out of the kingdom of Edom into the Roman territories and masqueraded as a people that they did not belong to, and basically hijacked an entire area and stole their belief systems and did all this. Most people don't want to hear it, but this is what you're referring to. Plutarch is literally telling you the truth about these people. He's not the only one. Seneca also Seneca was very critical too. But all the earliest data shows that these people came out of Edom during the Roman times. And The Romans had a lot of problems with them. Hell, I mean, they had to have problems with them. They tried to genocide them twice in 66 through 70 AD, and then they destroyed Palestine and Jerusalem again in 34, 35 AD. So the this association Plutarch gives them is actually a connection to Apollo. And if you remember correctly, Apollo is the true thing being worshipped here. All right.
Okay.
This is what Genesis is about. I mean, this is what Revelation is about. One of the central themes of Revelation is the release of Apollyon. So that his servants, which are identified, they are identified in the first 2 chapters of Revelation. They're called the synagogue of Satan. The synagogue of Satan are the ones trying to get Apollo released. And once they get Apollyon released, they're going to basically have everything fulfilled that they thought that they think that they're entitled to in the Talmud, in the Torah. This is the critical thing Christianity is going to miss. They're not going to get it. There's no saving Christianity. Christianity in 2070, when the harvest takes place and people are gone from the construct, and that 36-year tribulation begins, and that false savior is going through a false crucifixion in 2070. 2071 is going to be when these people are absolutely ruling over the entire world, and now they have secured everything. Everything is theirs. Every people is subject to them, and they've literally done what they've always striven for: absolute 100% totalitarian control of the entire world and the enslavement of the human race. But the chief cornerstone is not allowing a significant body of people to fall into this enslavement. This is the Exodus. These are the ones that are leaving the construct. Those are the people. Remember, to he who overcometh, and all those things that were listed in the Christian mysteries are all talking about Exodus. They're all part of the Exodus story. So, all that answers your question, man. But the true being worshipped here by the elite, by the controllers, by those who are basically manufacturing our existence, the true one is Apollo. This is why when the first seal was broken, that white horseman was Apollo with his bow. That bow was a toxin. When he received a crown, it was a corona. On April 8th, the corona was changed from Apollo Pharmacia, because the first seal was the pharmaceutical companies under the controllers attacking the human family. This is what the first seal was about. Second seal is Apollo Helios. Now something else is about to happen, unfold in 2025, real deep. So it's all about the release. Every stage is about the release of Apollo.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I've got a lot of stuff I've been researching that I'm not going to bring up here.
You better not. I know what you've been researching.
I know, so I'm just going to wait to talk to you when I get there. One more thing about Plutarch and the Phoenix. It says that according to the Egyptians, the Phoenix was Typhon. And then it said in here that according to the Jewish, they call or reference the Phoenix to Dionysus. Is that correct?
So you're saying, say that again. Plutarch said that the Egyptians called it Typhon.
Plutarch stated that Dionysus is Typhon.
Okay.
And that's the first time I'd ever heard that.
Yeah. Well, Dionysius is he's the god of the Bacchanalia, the god of orgies, the god of wine, imbibing wine. Yes. So he's ancient Bacchus. In the traditions of Bacchus, we find out that Bacchus traveled to India and the sun darkened, and there was a great earthquake in the time right after the age of the Titans. This is in the Bacchus traditions. So the reference to Dionysius, who is Bacchus, being Typhon, would probably be connected to the fact that it's talking about that same sun darkening that happened like in the Ramayana, that happened when when Zeus fought Typhon, the whole world darkened, and hit him with the thunderbolt. So that's the only connection I would see. I would see right there why Plutarch would say that.
Okay. And last thing, I'm sorry, y'all. I found out that the advisor to our president, Woodrow Wilson, I think it was, his name was Edward Mendelhouse. And I found out that he was solely responsible for selling the U.S. out, or he's responsible for the United States being a captured operation as it is today. And that blew my mind. I didn't, I mean, I had no idea that it actually came down to one person who was responsible for the U.S. being captured.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. I really don't know. I do have notes in my chronicon of Woodrow Wilson being a traitor.
Yeah, he is.
I really don't know.
Big ass
I
traitor.
really don't know. But the actual takeover in my own research, and I could be wrong, but the actual takeover was a physical one. And in 1901, they got rid of President McKinley, and installed a Jewish president.
That was the first one.
Yeah, they installed a Jewish president, and since 1902, when they changed the phoenix on the Great Seal to the bald eagle, since 1902, the United States has truly been an Israeli operation.
Yep. All right. Well, man, I got some good stuff I want to talk to you about when I get down to Houston. So I'm really looking forward to it, and I hope everybody in the chat has a good night. And I've enjoyed talking to you, bud.
Yeah, man. We'll have the whole Archaix team together, man. We'll go out or something.
Oh, most definitely. All right, man. I'll see you soon, boss.
All right. Thank you, man. Later. All right, Adam, where you at?
What's your Jason?
How you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Thanks for having me on. Thanks for fielding this question. It's about the shape of the sine wave, and I believe it was Aaron who gave you a suggestion about where in the metaphorical pond things ripple back, and the interference wave. I was wondering if in these interference, do you know what, man? Hey, dude, I hit my bong up. Like, I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have come on. That's my question, man. It's like I've Cheech and Chonged it, man. But yeah, I appreciate what you do. You're an amazing guy, and yeah, the way you give to the world, and you support a lot of people. It's a beautiful thing. For one man to support himself is a bit of a slog, but to support a lot of people, wow, power to you.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, go on and get back to your bong, man. We'll get you. We'll call you up here next time.
Yeah, thanks, man. Cheers.
All right. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
All right. Well, like pretty much, it's about the Nemesis X object and also how everything is a psyop. But I used to be really big into UFOs and aliens and followed the Galactic Federation and all that stuff until I found your work, and your work just started to make more and more sense. But apparently in that world, the aliens or whatever upstairs, they're making something called the hub, which is the Jupiter hub, and apparently it's supposed to be this large super construction that all these species from across wherever can come here to the solar system. So, but but what I have been noticing, is that this should be ready at about the time around the Phoenix and the Nemesis X object will be here. So I'm just, I just more or less wanted to point that out, that how they're using aliens more and more and more, as mainstream, and I noticed like a lot of these people that I have been following, they have been, more money hungry, more shady, more falling away from where they have been, So like I kind of like your work, that how you've been very steadfast with all of your info. You show everything, and just how, the Nemesis X object. I feel they're going to use this hub as another psyop on for all the masses to not really notice
Well, let me address that.
for what it is.
Let me address that, Aaron. So if we're going to tap into a very well-established chronology, which has data sets that are so unassailable, we know for a fact that certain events are targeted for certain future years. We know in the middle of the month of May, the Phoenix phenomenon. We know that the very early November, the Nemesis X. If we already know these things by virtue of research in old books that our controllers thought they had eliminated all these references to, and yet we're still able to put the pieces together, and so much of it, you can pretty much bet that our controllers, the controllers of the world, already know all these things. They already know the future dates. They got all this. So that being said, they would spend decades preparing for massive reinterpretation of what we're experiencing.
Right.
They would already have the apparatus of deceit out there in order for us, when these things happen, for us to interpret it as something completely different. So one of the main ones is what I'm telling you in this video now, is this exodus from the construct that is scheduled in 2070, because those who are still in the construct are not going to view it that way. They're going to see it as something divine, but they're going to attribute the divinity to the false Christ, who goes through crucifixion. And in Revelation, it says he comes back to life. This is exactly what is going on. This is the abomination that maketh desolate. It's not some bullshit Jewish interpretation of a pig being gutted on an altar in a Jewish temple. That's BS. That is the psyop. What it is, the beast is it is a preparation, long-term planning. And they already know in 2070 shit's going to hit the fan. They already know. So they're going to forge the narrative. So when these events occur, this is the interpretation that will be put out through mass media. Mass media, they're already in place to do it. And again, in 2040, even though the infrastructure is now gone, it's completely gone after 2040. Some of it might come back up, but in 2046, the technological infrastructure is over. It's done. It's going to take some years after 2046, after 2070, for us to enter like a steampunk type society on the surface. However, advanced technology is still going to exist as it always has, underground. So yeah, I agree with you. All these things that are going on, they are preparations. It's long-term planning, preparations for deals. On the surface, we're told NASA's doing all these things in space. On the surface, we're told they need all these billions of dollars a year in order to do all the space exploration. But what's really happening is the preparation of future psyops to control the narrative of events that are beyond the controller's ability to stop.
Okay, yeah, that was just like pretty much what I wanted to point out, is that how for years and years, when we were younger, aliens and UFOs, they've always been, kind of looked down upon and all that, but now it's suddenly mainstream. It's everywhere. Everyone sees UFOs and aliens and all this and this, but ever since I found your work, it's that's been more of the psyop than the history that you've been showing. How nobody can point out anything wrong with all your work, and also it's amazing to see how well, you have everything set up. So it's kind of hard to like deny any of your work. And I've been showing a lot of friends and family your stuff to try to bring them along, because I was raised very religious in the church, Catholic Church and all of that, and nobody wants to hear it from me. I am the heathen of the family, because I don't do any of that anymore. But then once I started pointing out stuff, it's like, well, what about this? What about that? They don't want to speak about it. So I just, that's what I mainly just wanted to point out. The psyops that mainstream has been, they've been doing. So thank you.
Yeah, man. Hey, hang in there, man. Check out that website. Well, my website's got a lot of stuff hidden in the corners, man. Check it all out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Free.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, for sure.
All right, Aaron.
All right.
We'll be doing
Thank
we'll
you.
be doing these type of videos more often. So join us again in the future.
For sure. I will.
All right.
Thank you, Jason. And thank you, everybody.
Mr. Jonathan Sherman, it's good to put a face with you. Yes. Let me turn your mic off. Hold on. There you go.
Am I good?
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Hey, we've been bouncing comments for a long time, but I've never seen you before. That's pretty good.
Good to see you. It's damn good to talk to you, brother. Damn good. I appreciate the hell out of you because of your example. I mean, forget all the other stuff that's mind-blowing. And Phoenix is genius. Like the 138 paradigm is just, if that alone just like changes everything. I got questions though.
Sure. I might have an answer.
I got questions about the vapor canopy from the appearance of Enki in 34, 39, from then until the Great Flood. So the dimensions of the interior of the pyramid are all kind of situated for smaller people of our size. And then there's all this evidence of miscegenation in the giants in the 600 years prior to. But I'm wondering, so when he came down, there couldn't have been a vapor canopy. Why would he be teaching agriculture and how to grow plants and everything? That wasn't necessary during the vapor canopy. So how many different vapor canopies were taking place, and what was the event? Was one triggered by a phoenix, or was there?
I'll tell you what. Let me show you a chart right now that answers exactly that. So I'm gonna share my screen. Let me go to my desktop. Let me go charts. Let's see. Hold on. I got to find the right chart. Black and
Hey, I
white.
want to show you something sitting on my damn dashboard. Your inspiration. I carved it out of driftwood. Phoenix. I painted a picture of Phoenix. Phoenix all around.
Really?
Straight up, brother. Straight up. Yeah, that's all you. That's all you.
Yeah,
Thank
man.
you.
There you go. All right, I'm gonna share my screen real quick. See it pop up. There it is. There it is. All right. Okay, I'm gonna take you on a little chart. I'm gonna take you on a little chart trip. So, okay. As much as I criticize Zechariah Sitchin, I do have to give him something.
Yeah, I started with him.
I got to give him something because he did produce something extremely interesting that I had missed, and I found it in the Earth Chronicles. But what really intrigued me was that he didn't know what he found. He didn't know what he found. So you asked me about the pre-flood world vapor canopy.
Canopies, I think.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna answer one real quick. Oh, let me pull my YouTube back up. I can't see. Can you see this chart?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool.
Plus, there's all that pictographic evidence down in South America of dinosaurs and humans, coexisting.
Right. Okay, well, check this out. Now, you see 3895 at the, right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have references. I published them in Return of the Fallen Ones. We have references that before the 3895 BC Phoenix appearance, there was a 270-year darkness. This would have been a vapor canopy period. Animals, reptiles, everything would have been gigantic. And then when that vapor canopy collapsed, we have the Adam and Eve reset. This is the Phoenix event. This is the Adam. Remember, Rashi 1,000 years ago said that the world is destroyed every 1656 years.
1656, right.
Now, this is the collapse of a vapor canopy. But right here where my cursor is, this is when Enki shows up.
Right, 34.
There's no vapor canopy when
Correct.
Enki shows up. There's no vapor canopy. As a matter of fact, a vapor canopy doesn't even appear until the last quarter of the pre-flood world right here.
600 years, right? With the Watchers coming down, the days of
You see
Jared.
this? You see this date, 2653?
26, okay.
This is the date Zechariah Sitchin provides in his Earth Chronicles, that the sun darkened. There was a terrible cataclysm. All kinds of the world was destroyed. This
And was
is
that
also
a Phoenix date?
It's a Phoenix year. It's a Phoenix year. He says
Okay,
the world was
okay.
destroyed, and it was this is 414 years before the Great Flood. This is a cursed Earth period.
Cursed Earth period,
Wow.
right.
In the Genesis
shit.
narrative, now check this out. In the Genesis narrative, the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men
Right.
in the end of the pre-flood period, not the beginning. It happened two times. It said the sons of God came into the daughters of men,
right,
and also after
that. Exactly. We always figured that meant after the flood,
Okay.
because there was residual giants after the flood.
I assumed after the flood too, but once I read Rob Skiba and how he shows the Hebrew and says,
God
no.
rest his soul.
Yeah, he said no, they appeared twice before the flood, and then he cited ancient Jewish traditions that said that the Watchers descended twice before the flood, and this is exactly what we find out about the Anuna in Zechariah Sitchin's translations. They appeared 2 times in the pre-flood world. Enki was the second appearance. So here we have.
That's right. Sitchin did say that. That's right.
So we have the second period right here is when all of a sudden Genesis talks about, and there were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they produced mighty men which were of renown, men of power. So some say that those are giants. Others say that those are the heroes who fought against the giants and are the origin of Greek mythology. The children. But either way, this is the vapor canopy period right here.
Okay.
Starting right here. The
Thank
other
you
vapor
very
canopy,
much.
the other vapor canopy was here. 3895 BC, that vapor canopy collapsed. So each time this happens, we have a new Arctic and a new Antarctic covered.
Correct.
In the deal. And this patterning is why these geologists and these glaciologists keep finding these layers that are inexplicable in the ice pack at Antarctica, and because this happens over and over.
Finding it in the Arctic, which I think when you look at a topographical map of the world and you relate it to the cyclical flooding theory, where it comes in from the south, pushes into the north, brings all that debris, and then floods back down. If you look at the topography of the United States map, you can see the flood as it just washes back out into the ocean, into the Gulf, and out to the Pacific. Absolutely. I wonder, was there a vapor canopy during the Cro-Magnon, that short period where they built their civilization? Was that because
I don't think that was a short period, Jonathan, because that period that ended started in 5239 BC, and it was a 930-year civilization before it was completely snuffed out. It was snuffed out so bad that the survivors all buried their dead in red ochre. Right. And they all, it was so bad. The Cro-Magnon, you've seen my video presentation in the Anuna files where I showed.
I've seen everything you've done multiple times.
Yeah, that was a Phoenix fallout at a 900. This is why in Genesis, when the Jews were reading these Babylonian records, this is why they said that Adam lived for 930 years. But that's not what the original cuneiform said. It said the Adamu survived 930 years. And at the end of the Typhon came and destroyed their civilization. But in the cuneiform, it doesn't say Typhon. It says the Pin deity, Pin. We know that's Fiend. That's the origin of the Phoenix.
Oh yeah. Okay. So it even references that the Phoenix wiped up, the Pen wiped out the Adamu after that 900-year period.
Yep. That's where the Jews got Adam lived 930 years. No, it was the Adamu. Their civilization survived 930 years. Let me show it to you. I can show you the 900. I can show you the 930 years right here in this chart. My only problem is I have a lot of charts. So,
There's worse problems to have in this world.
man, yeah, I know, man. So maybe I can find it right here. Maybe this is it. Because it's easy to see the 930-year period.
I'm just wondering, the archaeological remains of the structures that are built, obviously, like they look like the stone builders. They're such precision, but they look like they're designed for a people that are larger than us.
Well, you ever heard of the giant cities of Bashan in northern Syria?
Of course.
Yeah, it would have taken humans 9 foot tall to live in those structures.
Yeah, but those are big monolithic. Their building is like, stuff that we can't replicate or duplicate. Whereas like these stone structures with these giant doorways and whatnot they're built with techniques that are, obviously we can't duplicate better masonry than we can even do today. But
absolutely.
But the dimensions are what get me, because it doesn't make sense to have a doorknob that you have to raise on your tippy toes to reach.
Yeah, I agree. So look at this. Do you see? You see the chart?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is the pre-flood world in the circle, but before the pre-flood world, we have technically what's called the pre-Adamic world. Remember, the Archaix chronology goes back to 5239 BC. That is the earliest we can go. That's the earliest date that we can find on anything, and that is the beginning of the Anuna-Nur calendar of 600-year period. It's called Great Years. Now, here's 5239 BC. Counting 930 years later, we get to 4309 BC, the very first time the phoenix appears in the historical record. It's the 930th year. Wiped out Cro-Magnon civilization, and this is why all the Cro-Magnon burials show that they buried their loved ones in red ochre. The entire world was covered in their red mud that had fallen from the sky.
And was that a vapor canopy period, do you think?
I don't know. I don't have any evidence of that. I don't have any evidence of the vapor canopy. All I know is in 4309 BC, the Cro-Magnon lost their infrastructure. They were technologically advanced. The skeletons of Cro-Magnons are of a sedentary race, and scientifically, this means that they had developed over a period of time in luxury and in technology. And as soon as this happened and they lost their infrastructure, they were being eaten by the Neanderthals that were still living from a prior epoch. And I've shown this on my channel where these archaeologists have actually found bone middens of the Neanderthals who hunted the Cro-Magnon and ate them.
Yeah, it sounds like H.G. Wells.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I can't believe that we just covered. That was a super fast 5 hours and 10 minutes, man. Damn.
Good to talk to you, man.
Yeah,
fucking
man.
Great, bro. Super appreciate the hell out of you. Everything you do, especially your example, brother. This isn't rhetoric, and forget all these other people. You're on a mission. They're fluff.
Yeah.
They're nothing to them. Nothing to them.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate you, brother.
We'll be doing this again. We'll be doing this again. So,
thank you. Thank you.
That's badass. I like that. Holler at you later,
Hey,
John.
I've got sitting in Texas because I couldn't make the meetup, but I brought out to Texas because I have family out there. We got a chronology book from 1850 that I wanted to give you for your 50th birthday, and it's sitting in Texas waiting for you.
Listen, you need to tell me where that's at because I'll go get it.
Oh, I'll bring it to you. I'll bring it to you next time I'm out there. I'm up in Eastern Texas, but
all right.
I'll bring it to you, and I'll see you in California at the next meetup. I'm down in SoCal right now. I'll swing down to San Diego whenever you're going to be there.
Awesome. I'm thinking about driving there next month. But
just tell me when.
All right. I'll holler at you later, Jonathan. I'm gonna see what the one
appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you.
What's going on? What's going on in New Zealand? Uh-oh. I think they fell asleep. Let me see if I can turn this mic off. One Tux, you guys already left your computer, didn't you? These are friends that visited us in Texas from New Zealand. Oh, there they are.
Oh, no.
What's going on, guys? Can you hear me?
You're here. Can you hear us?
Yes, absolutely.
He's not happening.
I can hear you. I can hear you fine. Oh, you just turned your mic off. You just turned your mic back off. Hold on. You just turned your microphone back off. You were on. I could hear you.
Leave studio.
There you go. I can hear you. Turn your volume up.
You just have to go back and apologise. Something happened.
I'm not here, but I've got
baby.
nothing. There's nothing happening here either.
All right. That's not going to work.
Look.
Well, you can. Hey, raise your hand if you can hear me. If you can hear me talking on the video. I got a bad connection. All right, guys. We'll get back with the one tux next time. It's 5:13. Man, how many of you guys made it through the whole 5 hours? How did that happen? How did that happen? All right, well, we could hear the one tux, but I guess they couldn't see or hear us. That's okay. Their screen's still frozen on the bottom of mine, so we'll go ahead and move on. Appreciate you guys' support. Thank you for hanging out with me. Tomorrow we're going live for a long time again, and we're also going to have Martin Liedtke on the channel. I think he's bringing a friend. I do believe he's bringing a friend. We're going to kick it. We're going to kick it with Martin Liedtke. And just wait till you read this chat thread, Jason. Yeah, man, it's a long one. Damn, it's a long one. That was kind of unexpected, getting no Tartarian truth in there. We've emailed back and forth before in the past. And recently, actually. I had no idea it was coming on at all. But you know what? Not worried about it. Everybody's got a job to do. Hey, one Tux, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can. Oh, we're in.
Oh my God, we are so tech retarded.
Yeah, man.
Unbelievable. We got there.
Big love to you and Dawn, Jason. Far out, mate. We're still learning. We're here into it. Hey, just got a question about we've got a question about the Louisville Ridge.
Louisville Trench.
I think it's it's off the coast of South America.
Runs through the Pacific.
And so it's a whole row of volcanoes. And you know, we're looking into the heavens and the hologram of the heavens, but what about the hologram of everything below, you know, the underworld and all the rest of it? There's this I know a fisherman that's been there. He fished over it, and the crew went crazy. They, fighting each other, and so just wondered how much of that is the hologram. And when we were researching that, we also found the Phoenix Ridge or Trench, which is just above Antarctica.
Yeah, ends up in Antarctica.
So yeah,
don't really know about the Phoenix Trench or anything, but the area of the world you're talking about in the Pacific, off the coast, you're talking about the Easter Island area. You're talking about the Urubamba Valley, the ancient South American civilization, like Tiwanaku, Pumapunka, Cuzco, Ollantaytambo, or however you pronounce it. That whole area has been uplifted. To find a submarine ridge of volcanoes would not be surprising to me, because
no, it wasn't.
You're describing an area between Easter Island, which used to be much bigger, in a part of Micronesia, Melanesia, and Polynesia, and and the South American coast, which used to be a lot bigger as well. And all that area was completely destroyed in the Ogygian deluge in 1687 BC. This is why Lake Titicaca was thrusted, 12,000 feet in the air. Lake Titicaca is the only freshwater body of water that has sharks, jellyfish, and seahorses that all belong in saltwater, but they've adapted to freshwater at high altitude because the Ogygian event that shoved all that South American plate to 12,000 feet elevation. So that ridge of volcanoes would not be as surprising to me. But we have Davis Island that vanished with 5,000 inhabitants in like 1680. I want to say 1686, but it could have been 1687 AD, which is the same year as a cross calendrical parallel as 1687 BC when the Ogygian deluge happened. But Davis Island had 5,000 occupants, and it was in the area, and Dutch navigators were looking for it because it totally vanished. There are also ships. There's also ships traditions from that area that gases would come up and make the ships less buoyant, and they had to hurry up and get out the area, or they had to throw cargo overboard because for some reason in those areas of the world, ships didn't float on the water no more; they just sank. And that would be true if there was a lot of volcanic outgassing. Because the more oxygen or the more methane that's in the water, the less the ships are going to be able to stay on the surface. So I would not be surprised if that area is just full of shipwrecks.
Yeah, because we've grown up knowing about the Ring of Fire, which is the other way, and it's I think it's the bottom of that is called the Phoenix Ridge or the Phoenix Trench.
Yeah, now extinct. Yeah.
Never even heard of it. Oh, I would not believe anything's extinct. Just like Mount St. Helens. Once a volcano, always a volcano. You're not going to tell me it's extinct. Yeah, I'm not building no real estate. I'm not building a house near that damn thing. But,
we got stadiums. We got stadiums here in Auckland built in volcanoes. And when I was 10-year-old, we used to look into it through the park, and that's a volcano. All right, there's heaps of them here in Auckland.
There's no way in hell I'm fixing to build anywhere near a volcano. Yeah. Nowhere near.
Yeah, my question for you, Jason, was about books. Do you want any more books? Because I've got more books from the 1800s that I've got piling up here. My own library is so full. And
listen, you guys sent. Remember when you were here in Texas, you gave me a bunch of these small books.
Yeah.
These are gold mines.
Absolutely.
I've already done a couple videos. I'm going through one. I'll be doing a video one that you gave me about about the traditions of Noah's Ark in ancient New Zealand. Do you remember that book?
Yeah. John Oldsworth. Yep.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna do one on that too.
Excellent. New Zealanders will love to hear about that one. I did find a treasure, this one here, the official yearbook of New Zealand from 1902.
Wow. From 1902?
Wow. 1902.
Official
yearbook. So I've gone through this book, just had a quick flick through it, and there's nothing that really stands out. It doesn't look like there was a lot going on down here in 1902. Nothing that stands out as, but I've still got a lot of reading to do in that one. But I also got the... Sorry?
It didn't mention anything happening in Australia, your closest neighbor?
Yeah.
That's Charles Fort's material for 1902 focused on Australia. All the fallout, all the shit that happened.
Yeah, down here we had a bit of volcanic activity and a bit of red dust, but nothing that really stands out, nothing phenomenal.
Not like Australia.
Not like Australia.
How red that is.
And the an etymological dictionary from 1900.
Oh yeah, those are awesome. Yeah, those trace the origin of words, cognates.
Yeah. Macaulay's Essays and Lays of Ancient Rome, 2 copies. One's from 1860 and one's from 1890 something.
Yeah. I'll search those
No,
two
I mean,
right there. Certainly
yeah,
interesting.
you want those two? I don't want
Yeah.
to send these books over, and it's like, oh yeah, that's not interesting.
Just those two. Just those two.
English Synonymous, 1898.
I couldn't understand what you said.
English synonyms.
Oh, synonyms? No, I'm good. I don't want that one. Yeah,
Okay.
synonyms. I'm good. That's like a primitive. That's like a primitive thesaurus. Yeah, Schleiman's. Yes, Henrik Schliemann. I'll read everything he wrote. Yes.
Right, cool. Thoughts Out of Season, Friedrich Nietzsche. Is that how you say it? Nietzsche? Friedrich
yeah.
Nietzsche? Yeah. That's a 1990.
I've read Thus Spoke, Zasudra, and Beyond Good and Evil. I've read those two Nietzsche books, but I haven't read that one.
Okay, so I'll send that one too. Cicero. And
Cicero. I quote Cicero all the time. You know that.
Yeah. Have you got any of his books you want me to send that one?
I got a cheap paperback by Penguin Classics that's like 5 years old. Just the one. They reprint the classics.
Okay. This one's a little bit damaged on the front page, but it's a copy from. Man, the pages are so frail. 1880.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and send you guys some plane tickets. You guys go and bring them over here.
Yeah, we're coming back. Yeah, well, I had 20 kg last time. We're probably close to that again now. But they just keep coming. They keep falling off the shelves at me. And like I say, my own library here is pretty vast. And when I go, my kids just don't have the appreciation for this stuff. So I'd like to know that it was going somewhere that was going to be
I'm
appreciated.
saving what books we can from the burning.
Yeah, saving them from the burnings.
Yeah, I get it. I do get it. Yeah, man, that's great.
Yeah.
That's great. It's good seeing you guys again.
Yeah, you too, Jason.
Look forward to a catch up.
Give Dawn a big hug from us. We really miss you guys, and we look forward to coming back and seeing you again soon.
There's a place here for you too.
Yeah.
Man, I wouldn't mind coming to New Zealand. I want to check out all those areas they filmed Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Come to Hobbitland.
Hobbitland.
You'll love it.
All
We're
right.
getting ready for you.
All righty. Well, I'll talk to you guys later, man. This 5 hours and almost 30 minutes. I'm running out of
time
gas.
for Yeah.
Take care.
Love you
Love
guys.
you, Jace.
All right, guys, I'm about to sign out. I got a steak on my mind. This has been an awesome talk. And tomorrow, we're going to do it again. Tomorrow, it's with Martin Liedtke. I don't know how long he's going to hang with me. I don't know. But I'm going the full distance. Tomorrow, we're going to do another 5-hour one at least. So, love you guys. Talk to you later. I'm going to go ahead and hit this outro. I don't even know which outro I got ready. I'm just going to pick one. Through the calendars, date stelae, monumental inscriptions, regnal lists, annals, and timekeeping systems from the ancient world all the way to today, there is a hidden calendar embedded into the structure of reality. Unbroken, perfect, found in the writings of our predecessors, mentioned by writers thousands of years ago. Every 138 years, it brings changes to our world, edits, resets, and then disguises these changes under the guise of natural disasters. The Phoenix phenomenon causes mud floods, resets, mass vanishings, edits of history altering the trajectory of social and political events, introduces new materials, new translations to older text, strange phenomena. A small window of time in the month of May every 138 years when the veil between our world and somewhere else is rent open and there is an exchange of materials. At Archaix.com and the Archaix YouTube channel, you will find innumerous examples and data sets showing you that this strange overseer protocol has totally forged the unfolding of historical events and will return in May of 2040. Our world is not what you think.